Okay, so now that we have all our council members here, we're going to get started with the meeting. And it is now 6:30 on September 3rd, 2025. We're at 46 Park Boulevard here in Fairfax. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you'd like to join us, you're welcome. Okay, great. I'm going to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So please turn off all cellular phones and place them in silent mode. Please refrain from shouting, clapping, booing, stomping, hissing at people who are speaking, etc., because we want to make sure that we are providing a respectful and comfortable environment for all residents to express their point of view. Clapping is acceptable, of course, for items like police pinnings and proclamations and welcoming new staff and council members and other celebratory announcements. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matters not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. Okay, let's do roll call.
Councilmember Ager.
Here.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here. And I did skip a few things here, so we need to go ahead and move on to approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. Does anybody want a second?
I'll second it.
Comment for me?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. It was my understanding that we were going to have on this agenda a closed session for review of performance of the town attorney. I thought that was going to be on this agenda, but I don't know what happened to that.
Oh, comment, please. Both the evaluations, which we've been asking for from the day we got elected and said it was going to be pushed till later, was also supposed to be for the town attorney, town manager as well. So when we can expect that? I thought it was by now. I thought it was for this month. Any comments?
I don't think we set a specific time, so I think, we hear you.
Okay, so noted for a future agenda item. I don't remember setting a particular date, but it is town manager, were you going to say something or just moving everything? Okay, so we need to add that then and reiterate that that is on the future agenda items.
So we have a motion to approve the agenda by Councilmember Kohler and a second by Mayor Blash. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you everyone for your various comments on moving the meeting forward and the agenda. So I did want to note a couple of things before I get started, and then we're going to move to open time for public expression.
There was a report out on the closed session. Did we do that? Didn't we have a closed session? Did we? Not this time, but didn't we have one a couple of weeks ago? The last one, which I believe was on a special date. No?
There was one at the August meeting.
Okay, well, if there hasn't been one, my memory's wrong.
Okay, great. So people are lining up now for open time. Just wanted to say a couple of things really quickly about how things get on the agenda. I think I keep hearing a lot of confusion about that. I think we've discussed about how about 85% of what goes on the agenda is just required items. So very few items on the agenda are placed there by mayor or council. Most of the items are basic items needed to keep the town running. So they include decisions on certain applications brought before the Planning Commission, and then the council, like tonight's item on, tonight's item on the cannabis dispensary. Often they entail mandatory state updates or decisions to expend funds on various infrastructure projects. They include important annual decisions like setting and adopting the budget. Council member brought items are the exception usually, and we've had a number of them. We will be discussing the charter city idea tonight. Other council member brought items were like the peace proclamation and the anti-camping ordinance and rent control. So, we kind of try to strike a balance here. Putting an item on the agenda requires a lot of staff and council time. And as you might have noticed, many of these items can be expensive and or controversial. So we're always trying to make sure that we reach that balance, that we make sure that items that go on the agenda are things we really are willing to seriously take up. And I wanted to say I do encourage council members to suggest items, but only after doing some research and only if you think they're really important and something the town actually has jurisdiction over. So I just wanted to clear that up. I'd like to start with open time for public expression. So that's up to 30 minutes. I don't think we'll have a problem with that tonight unless there's a lot of people online. This is again for items that are not in the agenda. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any agendized item. If there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So let's get going with the first speaker. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Bolt. I'm a resident. Pardon me? Can you hear me? Okay. Jeff Bolt, resident of Fairfax. I want to address myself to the entire town tonight and to the town council as well. I want to thank you all so very, very much. I am a member of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, and on behalf of the committee, we want to thank you for your enthusiastic support for naming the Northern Spotted Owl as our official town mascot. So thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Your voices, your care, and your vision have carried this proclamation forward, and in doing so, you have inspired all of us. The decision is far more than a symbolic gesture. It's a reflection of who we are in Fairfax as a community of people who cherish the rare and fragile biodiversity that makes Fairfax a truly unique sanctuary in the San Francisco Bay Area. From the youngest people that live here, remind us daily of the hope and the responsibility that we carry for the future. And for those who recall what first drew them and drew their families and their loved ones to this extraordinary town, your support for the Northern Spotted Owl, I think, is a really great shared commitment to protect what is irreplaceable. The Northern Spotted Owl is more than a mascot. We don't know what it is. Maybe it's our symbol. But it is a indicator species. It's a reminder of the delicate balance of life that we are privileged to live among. And by embracing it as a symbol of Fairfax, we affirm not only our pride in this place, but also our promise to steward it for generations to come. So thank you very much. Very quickly, we're accepting submissions for drawings, for logos, for artists all around. If you want to look forward to get some information for the next town newsletter, if you'd like to make a submission for your idea.
Appreciate that. And can I confirm that's going to be in the next town newsletter?
Yes, we'll include information in the next town newsletter.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
It's on. Good evening, council members, and thank you. Marlene Rogo, longtime resident. I've been reviewing the monthly staff reports where each of you provides a list of activities and meetings you've been taking part in on behalf of the town. Mr. Garanghelli, you have submitted 2 reports since you took office again. You described meeting up with various members of the community at various times to discuss various issues. To my knowledge, you do not serve on any committees or boards related to serving the town, and you do not have a biographical statement on the town council page. And yet, in your candidate statement in last year's election, you said, "I don't find it acceptable that there is a lack of transparency in town government. One of my goals is to restore transparency." What would a newcomer to Fairfax learn about you if they went to the town website? Mr. Egger, you do somewhat better with turning in staff reports, and you serve on the Open Space Committee and as a rep in the Ross Valley Flood Control District. But you do not report meeting regularly with town staff, and your biographical statement is also missing. Neither of you chose to report on the summer town hall that you hosted at Deer Park Villa, where you quite openly encouraged people to sign the recall petitions. By contrast, the reports of your fellow council members show them to be extremely busy, engaged, and actively serving on multiple committees and boards, too numerous to list here. They attend many, many weekly meetings related to town business and town finances and still manage to turn in reports. They are running circles around you in the interest of serving our town, which leads me to ask you, do you really want this job? Because the evidence would say otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Rick Hamer, Fairfax. I could have said the same thing about the council members' activity logs. But actually, I'm here first to commend the council and the town for moving so quickly about the encampment once the court gave us the ability to move on that. That's really terrific. The other thing is that during the past month, a petition was circulated and filed, and the clerk correctly noted that the petition was not in the proper format and was rejected. But I think the message given by a petition there is that some 800 people kind of have a very big concern about the safety element and concern. And when we approved the safety, or when you approved the safety element at the last meeting, you kind of kicked the can down the road. I think it was 6 months about revisiting the safety element to amend it. That's too long. We need to revisit the safety element and amend it. It's great that we got the safety element in, and that isn't one of the contributors towards losing our conforming housing element. However, 6 months is after fire season. This weekend, we have the Ember Stomp coming up, and we should really agendize that work about the proper evacuation plans with all the new knowledge we'll gain this coming weekend before 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Prize fighter over there. Mark Bell, Fairfax. At the last meeting during the proper time when the finance report was pulled, I asked for clarification because climate and environment had an outside services bill of $60,737. I asked for some clarification on that. That question was never asked, even though I posed it twice. I also asked that we get an accounting of what the illegal encampment has cost us from day one. I was told that because it was in litigation, that was impossible. Well, litigation is over. So we still have litigation with that? Well, how about the completed areas? Can we get a quote on, or an estimate on what the town has spent on that? Also, I know that there have been public records requests asking for what was the cost of the rent control just cause ordinances in staff time, et cetera. That has never been forthcoming. As to my knowledge, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of public records requests that have not been fulfilled. Even one that I have, which should have taken about 5 minutes. And as far as the spotted owl, northern spotted owl, that's great that there's a proclamation, but it does beg the question as to why the town council at that time voted and approved the development by rezoning of spotted owl habitat.
Next, please.
My name is Michael Little. Currently suing you in 2 different lawsuits. One of them for wrongful death because of how you guys treated homeless people that have died. One of them being my brother, Joshua Little. The second one, the use of the wrap restraint by your police department. It's awful. The reason I'm here tonight is because I filed these lawsuits. I'm not allowed to go down and make a complaint at the police station anymore. My First Amendment right to petition my government has been denied. It's retaliatory. Ms. Abram knows about it. It's unlawful, and I'm bringing it in front of the courts. And if you don't take immediate action, I'm going to list each and every one of your names on there because now you know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. My comments stand completely separate from the gentleman who just spoke, who I've never met before, but they do happen to coincide separately on one topic matter. It's my understanding that once each of you become informed of certain things, there is an incumbent responsibility on you. And it's further my understanding that in the last week, one of your former mayors has informed this office of the town clerk what that incumbency is and the ability to utilize California's whistleblower laws, and that potential criminal charges could be brought against employees and town council members who do not report wrongdoing. I can give you some examples of what I personally believe are wrongdoing that continue in the vein of ongoing lack of transparency here in Fairfax. First, the town manager recently reported that the homeless encampment had been completely abated. Well, when she published this report on the town website, there were still tents there. That is not complete abatement by any definition of the word. That is abatement in progress. Still, to this day, the area has not been completely abated. There is broken glass and metal and much litter in the ground, and likely the ground is contaminated. And I have pictures showing litter all down the side of the creek embankment. So the area has begun to be abated, but is not completely abated, and is a misstatement on the town manager's part, I believe, on the town website.
Thanks so much. Is there anyone online?
There are 2 speakers online. The first speaker is Cindy, followed by Jody. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Cindy Ross. I'm a longtime Fairfax resident and frequent pedestrian in town. And I have a couple of quick comments, especially as a pedestrian. I'm wondering if at some point the town of Fairfax can look at putting signs up like San Anselmo has, asking that bikes and e-bikes stop at stop signs, and maybe include some kind of a notification that there to be no bicycles and e-bikes on sidewalks. I'd also like to make a request that on Bolinas Road, the shops in town, I'd like to ask that they please not put signs in the middle of the street. There's one business in particular that I've had issues with. I don't want to say the name, but I believe the address is 54 Bolinas. I saw somebody walking 2 dogs today, and they almost kind of knocked the sign over, and it's really hard to navigate. Wheelchairs can't get by. So I'd like to keep the road clear. And then one final quick comment. I would like to see, this was raised at a previous meeting, but I would like to see if we can at some point revisit the issue of returning to 3-minute open time slots for public comment, for individuals and for groups to have 5-minute time slots like we used to. I think that that's pretty much the standard other meetings I've been to, and I think that works really well. And anyway, thank you. That's about it
Great.
for tonight.
Great. Thank you. And I just wanted to check with Mr. Beiswinger if she wants to make those suggestions to our BPAC. What is the date for that? Is that open to the public? And
September 15th.
Yes, September 15th. Thank you. It's Monday at 5 o'clock.
can you repeat that again just a little louder?
Yeah, it's September 15th, which is a Monday at 5 o'clock. That's the first BPAC meeting.
Okay, so that's the first Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Great. So next person online, please.
The next speaker is Jody, followed by MB. Jody, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. I have just a few things climate and community related to mention. There's a number of events that are coming up. Some of them listed in the town's newsletter. Hope everybody gets that. But again, as someone else mentioned, this Saturday, Ember Stomp will be happening at the Marin Fairgrounds from 10 to 4. The Fairfax Climate Action Committee will be tabling there, so come on by if you're there. This is a free event by Fire Safe Marin aimed at helping residents prepare for wildfires and understanding extreme weather events and how we got here, like climate change. So come on by. There's lots going on at the fairgrounds Saturday. The following Saturday, September 13th, Fairfax Climate Action Committee will be tabling at the town picnic. Hopefully people will come out. That same day, there's a repair fair in San Anselmo. If you haven't checked that out by Zero Waste Marin, you can get broken things fixed. On September 18th from 6 to 7:15, there'll be a Zoom event called Celebrate the Power of the Sun. Go to 350marin.org for more details, but there'll be 3 speakers who will be talking about solar energy, which is the cleanest, cheapest, and fastest growing source of energy in the world. Get the information that you might need there because the federal tax credits are ending for solar and battery at the end of December. And then finally, the Marin Green Home Tour is happening on Saturday, September 27th. This is a free, also community event where the public is invited to tour through electrified homes across Marin. So ranging from new construction to those transitioning from gas, including my home, which is all electric on Cascade Drive, will be on the Green Home Tour. So thanks so much. And here for the Northern Spotted Owl. Love them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is MB. You are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Marie Black. I am a lifelong resident. This is the first time I've ever attended a town council meeting, and I'm attending to give my support for the new dispensary La Fleur. I'm a long time.
Actually, if you could wait, because that's the next item. Yeah, sorry. So the way the
No
town council
problem.
meeting.
It's my first time.
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just going to say for people who don't know, the way the town council meetings work is that the open time is for things not on the agenda, and then if there's something on the agenda, you comment on it at that time. So that'll be great.
Thank you so much.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving along. We are going to move to our first agenda item, and that's on our regular agenda. And we're going to consider a cannabis business permit for a cannabis storefront retailer, adult use, retail delivery only business at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. This was continued from the last meeting. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing now, and we're going to hear from staff. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start by making a correction to the staff report that you guys had at your last meeting on the very first page at the bottom. It's supposed to read that medical storefront cannabis retailers are prohibited within 300 feet of tutoring centers and within 300 feet of daycares. And the maps in the staff report display that, what 300 feet around tutoring center and the daycare are. So anyway, we've attached a corrected copy of the Planning Commission's 2025-18 resolution where one of the commissioners, Commissioner Swift, was shown as abstaining, but she actually voted for the scoring of the cannabis application that's before you tonight. We've also attached information from the town's short-term rental software provided by our consultants based on publicly available online listings for properties for rent in Fairfax. As of September 2nd, 2025, the information provided describes 2 units available to rent at the site of the TLC Tutoring Center, one on the first floor and one on the second floor. These are not listed as short-term rentals, but rather rentals of more than 30 days. And I was also asked to try to give you a brief explanation of all the attempts we have made to get the information that you requested and that we've been requesting since April of this year. You know, we posted the property on April 30th.
Linda, just to interrupt.
Can you hear me?
Be closer to the mic.
Did you hear anything that I said?
Now, well, it's better now. So
Okay.
Could you do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we posted the property, the tutoring center, on April 30th, 2025, and we received no communication. We also called the tutoring center and left messages on the answering machine. I didn't have access to the owner's cell phone at that point in time. Then I sent a certified letter in May 30th of 2025, which the owner signed for on June 9th of 2025, and it explained why we needed proof that there are students attending on site 10, at least for 37 weeks each year. That's the definition of what a tutoring center is. We received 2 emails, one on June 15th, 2025, and a second on July 25th, 2025, advising that the owner was out of town attending to family matters and that the tutoring center is on summer break and she's dealing with family matters. So, you know, we understood that she was not around to try to give us the information that we had requested. We made numerous attempts via email. She visited the front counter twice for brief interactions with staff where we discussed it briefly, what we were looking for. None of the contacts have resulted in information initially requested by the staff and then reiterated by the town council at your August 6, 2025 meeting. So that's basically where we are.
Okay, so
and I guess our original recommendation was that you approve the business permit for 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard.
Okay, so if that's it for the presentation, are any other staff going to comment at this point? Okay, so I just want to note that we did continue this from the last meeting partially because there were these questions. And I think now would be the time for the council to ask questions, after which we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back and deliberate. So let's get going with questions from council. I'm sorry.
Well, no, actually, yeah, I'll say you go first.
Okay, Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah. So I was hoping, Linda, just for the sake of the public, because, you know, I intervened too, because I could really pick up on the confusion and frustration that Ms. Zelensky was having. And so we offered creative solutions, but could you just, for the sake of, I think there's a lot of folks watching tonight and concerned, could you just elaborate, expand on what we asked for, the concerns around privacy and confidentiality, what we would have accepted in terms of parents emailing without revealing the students' names? Like there was a lot, and I believe you wrote, I believe the town attorney wrote and didn't get a reply. So could you just expand on that, please?
The town attorney's going to address that.
Okay.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Initially, because I was working with Linda this whole time, initially what we were looking for was not specific, but we were looking for any information that she met the definition or that her business met the definition in the code of a tutoring center. And that requires 10 distinct clients for 37 weeks out of a year. And they need to be on site. going to the center. And we didn't get a response from that. So last Thursday, I made one last final attempt with an email, and I explained that what would satisfy this requirement would be evidence of agreements, and that we did not have to reveal names, but I did need to be able to contact the individual, the parent, not the child, the parent, to confirm that that is what the agreement was, that they had a contract for tutoring services for how many children and how many weeks.
And would those contracts be made public? Because I think there was concern about that.
The contract itself could be a public record, but we can do redactions as far as names and
So
that sort of
no names
information,
would have been
or
revealed
phone
to the public.
numbers or anything like
Okay.
that.
So you didn't get a response to that?
No, I received no response to my email.
Okay. And I personally would have been satisfied with emails from parents just vouching, but I know you didn't offer that, but I was trying to get creative. I didn't get a response to that either.
Right.
So essentially nothing has been provided since we last met.
Correct.
Here. Okay. And then as far as the long-term rental, can you just help us understand? So there's 2 units. It's an upstairs and a downstairs that are what? Zoned for?
There's a two-story building, and so what appears to show up on publicly available websites is offering the upstairs as a 2-bedroom apartment for rent and the downstairs as a 1-bedroom garden apartment for rent. There is also a garage there. I think Linda can provide additional information that she has about what's contained in that building.
So as far as where the business where the business permit is and where the business license is registered, is that to the garden or the lower or the upper?
It's the address of the structure.
And is the garage or whatever this unit where she's saying she operates, is that permitted for business use?
The garage is supposed to be a garage. It has not been converted legally.
Okay.
Linda, do you have anything to add?
I have questions.
Okay, and Councilmember Kohler, are
can
you
I-
done with your?
can I just-
Oh, just a sec. So I'm going to let Linda go, and then we'll.
Yeah, I just have one thing.
Are you just wait just a second? Are you done with your questions? Oh, okay. So then we'll move over to Councilmember Garanghelli after I'm going
Yeah.
to let Linda speak.
Yeah.
So when we let Linda speak, then I'll move to Councilmember Garanghelli. Thank you.
So when people want to open new businesses in commercial spaces, we have them fill out what's called a commercial use analysis form. And I have the form which was in the property file for 1613 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And in it describes that the separate unit in the lower level of the house is where they want to operate a science and math tutoring service, and that the 1-car garage would be retained. So that's from them. And then they got their license, and the county tax assessor says that there's 1,620 square feet of living space. So if you have a 2-bedroom upstairs and a 384 square foot garage, there's not a lot of space left down there. So, we believe, based on our information and information from the tax assessor and from the original commercial use analysis, that it is the unit in the lower floor that was being used as the tutoring center, or at least a good portion of it.
Okay. So Councilmember Garanghelli, yeah.
Questions. All my children went to TLC. They all needed that extra assistance. I understand, though, let me see, that goes back a long time. So they've been there 30 years?
The first business license was issued in 2002.
2002.
That's what I was told by the business license department.
Well, they were there before then. And are they up to date on their business licenses?
She came in 5 days before your last council meeting and purchased her 2025 business license, and then came in after that to get the back ones. So she's up to date now.
Okay. All right. So this entire time in Fairfax, TLC, which has a sign in front of their building at one point, I imagine it's still there, but they've been servicing the community. One of my ex-staff members used to be a teacher there. He's taught Spanish as well. And anyway, so are you trying to say that she's not even physically there anymore? Is that what you're saying?
We're saying that that the tutoring center, whatever, if anything is happening there, it doesn't meet the definition that the council put in the cannabis ordinance for a tutoring center.
Mhm.
She has not provided
But
information.
somehow for 30 years, she's been operating there.
From what she's told me, it's a lot of people are wanting to do things online now. They don't necessarily want to bring their kids to
But
a
I meant,
physical location.
it does go before online tutoring. She was there.
I wasn't monitoring it at that point
Okay.
because there was no reason to.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kohler.
I think so. I believe our town attorney and I were the only ones here for those 23 meetings. And before that, 11 meetings on medical. But my recollection is the definition of a tutoring center that was put into the cannabis code was actually specific as to what Ms. Zelensky and her then husband wanted the definition to be. Is that correct? Am I remembering that correctly? So we didn't come up with that from somewhere else.
No.
It was specific for her. Is that correct?
Yes, and under, I guess it's a small world, it was written by an associate that was working with me at the time named Amanda. If you remember Amanda?
Yes, I remember Amanda.
Her husband was a student at the TLC.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I kind of wondered where that definition came from.
Yes.
And then I thought back and thought, wait a minute, that was specifically what she wanted the definition to be.
Correct.
And I know more recently I've seen Ms. Zaleski has emailed quite a bit. And one of her questions, I believe, was questioning the definition. So perhaps she doesn't have the same memory that I do, but we're all sort of fading as the years go by. So that was really the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Egger, do you have questions? Okay, I have questions and then other people may have questions after that. So I was wondering if you could lay out for us the decisions we have tonight before it's like what possible decisions can we make here?
I was planning on doing that after public comment.
Okay, then we'll wait on that. All right, then I have a question that I'm going to ask after that. That's fine. So we already answered the question about the potential spaces that tutoring could take place, which would be those two apartments. I think there's a basement and a garage and maybe a yard, I don't know, but none of those other spaces besides the two apartments are permitted for residential use. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if a cannabis dispensary, excuse me, that's to remind me to stop public comment, but we're well beyond that. Just a sec. Great, thank you. So if Ms. Zelensky wants to open a tutoring center or continue running that tutoring center, should a cannabis dispensary, start operating nearby within that buffer zone? The buffer zone is only limiting to, initially, like when we have a buffer zone, it doesn't mean you can't open a tutoring center near a cannabis dispensary. It just means that generally speaking, you can't open a cannabis dispensary near a tutoring center if there's already a tutoring center.
So yes, that's true. And that definition is in the code and it doesn't stop her from operating her business at all. It's simply a way of defining the number of children that might be of concern who would be on site near a cannabis facility or storefront. But she can certainly operate her business now. She can operate in the future. She can do online, on-site, whatever. When we look at the definition is when we get an application for a cannabis storefront. And that was in May, I believe, right, Linda? And then we look today when the decision is made and we're not finding any evidence that there is a tutoring center as defined in the code within 300 feet of the proposed location of the storefront.
Okay, so
I
one of the
think
things
Linda
I've been
said she first contacted Ms. Zaleski in April. I think the application.
Yeah, the application came in
April?
March.
In March, okay.
Okay. So, and I guess the other thing is we don't have any sort of standard here that says, you don't have an active business license. So, somebody can open a cannabis dispensary near you because even though you may have been functioning as a tutoring center, you don't have an active business license. That doesn't matter, right?
No, the business license is a receipt for a tax. It's a tax receipt. It's what makes the definition, what fits in the definition is evidence of contracts with parents for children to be tutored on site, 10 children at least for 37 weeks out of a year. That's what the definition is in the code of a tutoring center.
Okay. So then if somebody wanted to open, say, a new tutoring center and it was within that buffer and it's during this time period where we're kind of between meetings and we're deliberating on a particular couple of sites, tonight, one site, that's too late for that person to then say, well, I now have a tutoring center that I just opened within that buffer, so now that business can't open? Or can they get in there and open a tutoring center in time to block?
No, we take it from when the application is submitted.
When the cannabis dispensary application.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted some clarification. That's all. Are there other questions from council members? I'm sorry, Councilmember Carangelli.
It says in the ordinance that they need to have 10 contracts.
It says 10 children or 10 students.
10 children, but not 10 contracts.
10 students. You can have one
Okay.
contract for 3 students.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But you said contracts.
Contracts.
You had mentioned they need 10 contracts, but that's why I'm asking for
They
the
need evidence
definition.
of contracts for 10 students.
Thank you.
Mayor?
So I'm sorry, they need contracts for 10 students. That's in the ordinance?
Let's read the definition of the ordinance.
I believe the town attorney was just we gave her a lot of different ways to try.
No, I understand.
So
but
let me
That
read
was
the
just-
definition.
I think the town attorney was going to read the definition, so let's let her do that.
Mayor?
I have the definition right here.
So,
Okay, we have, and it's 17.110.020, and that is in definitions on Title 17, tutoring center, a place that provides instruction supplemental to that provided by a school, requires compensation, and offers such instruction to at least 10 clients who do not reside on the premises for at least 37 weeks a year.
thank you. Okay, and I see that Councilmember Egger would like to ask some questions, and I also see that Councilmember Kohler wants to say something, but he hasn't had a chance yet, so I'd like to move on to Councilmember Egger. Thank you.
So I've been watching the town website and the town emails, and there's been discussions between town staff and Ms. Zelinsky. Is that how you pronounce her last name? And there's been discussions going back and forth. What do you need? Here, I've got this information. No, I don't want to put my children's, the students' information. It's sensitive, et cetera. I mean, there's been emails back and forth. It's not like they haven't been talking to each other. The owner of the learning center and town staff, they have been talking online.
Yes,
Yeah.
more recently, there has been a lot of back and forth.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, are there any other councilmember questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to public comment. So people who would like to speak to the council on this item, please come up to the podium and speak. And can I ask how many people are online right now also? 5. Okay. All right. 4. Okay. Oop. I think more people will probably start popping up, but I just thought I'd check initially. So let's go ahead and have this first speaker. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. It never ceases to amaze me how there is no limit to the legal expenses that don't have priority in this town, and how much ongoing liability creation members of this council and staff have created. How much of the billings for Janet Colson, our town attorney, been related to this matter so far? Is there any legal definition or requirement that this person that you're now questioning, that you never questioned, had an ongoing business before, who's been in business for 28 to 30 years, according to the California Secretary of State, where she files an LLC filing? Is there anything codified, or are we going to open up a 50 or 100,000 or $1 million plus liability and lawsuits for driving her out of business, just like Lynette Shaw with the medical marijuana got driven out of business by your zoning changes? How much is this going to cost the town? Wow. This has nothing to do with Mr. Kaufman's business or application. This has to do with restructuring and creating novel new legal costs and assignments that are not with the priorities of the town. I urge you to look at what is being done and what the priorities are here. Wow. It's just really, really amazing. You won't take someone's word out of business for 28 plus years.
Thank you so much. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Press the button, please.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is that working? There we go. I'm basically going to just kind of read what I wrote because into the town councilor, because I don't know if anybody actually reads what people write in. I'm writing to express once again my strong opposition to allowing a cannabis dispensary at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. I realize that I'm probably completely wasting my time because I've attended every meeting so far regarding this issue, and you as a town council seem obsessed with breaking your own very modestly protective rules about disallowing a cannabis dispensary within 300 feet of a tutoring or daycare center. I have been appalled as I watch, the last meeting, everybody lavished praise on how thorough the application was. And my feeling is, really, it's an application. Get over it. Let's deal with what we're talking about here, which is a cannabis dispensary next to a tutoring center. By your own rules that your own constituents voted for, there should be no marijuana dispensaries allowed within 300 feet of a daycare or tutoring center, period. Seriously, I don't even understand. This is a very minimal rule, but you seem fine with breaking it. I don't know why you are so intent on having these marijuana dispensaries. There's going to be 2 of them, by the way, as you know, flanked by a daycare center and a tutoring center. It's absolutely appalling to me that you would be even considering this. There are so many other locations that are not right next to and within your own established buffer zone. Why does TLC have to fight for their rights when they've been in the same location and in business for over 30 years? We certainly need tutoring more than another pot dispensary. I would hope that you would all feel the same way. Please don't put them out of business.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Dan Eckhard. I am speaking in opposition to the marijuana dispensary also. I was going to raise the issue of the TLC, et cetera, but I think that's been covered. I just want to point out that I was a resident of Berkeley. I mentioned this at a previous meeting for many years, and I did a little more online research since the last meeting, and almost all of the dispensaries in the East Bay have been hit by robberies at least once. And there was a fairly violent incident in one in Berkeley on, I believe it was Shattuck Avenue. These are not dispensaries that were hidden out of the view of law enforcement, which I understand is one of the reasons that the Sir Francis Drake location was considered, because it's fairly open. These incidents still went on in plain view. And additionally, I just want to mention that nationally, it seems that crime goes up in the area where dispensaries are located. So I think you all should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, everyone. I am here to support the cannabis dispensary application for 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, which got an A and an approval recommendation from the Planning Commission. I'm a local resident and a parent, and what I'm seeing tonight honestly concerns me. We've got a solid professional application that went through all the right channels and scored really well. But now we're hearing attempts to block it based on claims about a tutoring center that won't actually prove to the city that it's operating. I have personally reached out to TLC and they have not gotten back to me. Councilman Gearingelli, you get business. When someone says they're running a company but won't show basic things like a business license or schedules or enrollment records, that's pretty telling. The Planning Commission already looked at this and found that TLC doesn't meet the standards for an operating tutoring center. And here's the thing. TLC absolutely has every right to reopen and reestablish themselves as a tutoring center if they want to. Nobody is stopping them. But legally, the possibility does not disqualify this current application from being approved. Councilman Egger, I respect your thorough approach, but protecting existing operators from fair competition isn't good governance. It creates a rigged system and hurts local consumers through higher prices and fewer choices. This comes down to whether Fairfax will stick with fair, transparent processes or let political pressure override professional recommendations. The Planning Commission did their homework. A 93% score shouldn't get thrown out because of backroom politics. Please vote yes on this application and keep our city's approval process fair. Fairfax should absolutely have a great-looking cannabis dispensary. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. I'm Bridget Clark, and I am a community member who went to all of the 20-plus meetings when this was talked about years ago. So I have a lot of history in this on the subject matter. TLC is run by Bonnie, who I know as my daughter worked for her as a tutor. It's important for you to understand she's doing her best to comply with what you've asked of her, but she sincerely does not want to give out her client names to be on public record, which is what she was asked to do. She's doing remote work, working to help her elderly father, who is very unwell, who's 90 years old. So she is distracted by that right now, just so you know. She's had a space for tenants and a designated space for tutoring downstairs for many years. It was like this when my daughter was tutoring. I verified this with my daughter today, just because I saw the insert in the agenda. It took years of community input to get to the cannabis ordinance with the tutoring center listed. One thing that I wanted to point out, Bonnie has made it clear, and I believe her because I know her personally, and TLC tutoring is done by appointment. Some are on site and some are remote. In the ordinance where it's written, it doesn't actually state students have to be on site. Given COVID, and this ordinance was written in 2019 prior to COVID, many of us have gone hybrid for work for a lot of things. So I just want to point that out. I just hope that you can come to a place where TLC can share information without forcing her to breach client confidentiality, which is really what it comes down to for her. I urge for you to uphold the buffer zones that took years of deliberating to agree on, and the previous town council members voted to uphold the buffer zones. I hope that you will continue to value the families and kids in our town, plus the longstanding businesses. She's been in business a long time. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Erica Calve. I'm a longtime resident of Fairfax, and I would just like to also sort of echo the comment that was just made about giving the time and space for the business to kind of continue in its operation if it has been there and it never, and you asked the question earlier about the continuation of their business license and whether it was interrupted, if that has any effect, and it doesn't. And if that's true, that she's technically in business, then she is there first, and this buffer zone should be honored. And I just am also a neighbor in that area, and I also am not in favor of having the cannabis business in that area. And I guess I'd just like to add that our neighborhood has had now 2 of these types of businesses proposed in our area in the last year. And so we've had to come here consistently trying to ask for consideration for that to not happen. And so in this case, where you actually have a legitimate buffer zone for a legitimate business that may or may not be able to prove that right now today she has exactly met that definition, but has over the course of decades, then it just seems really absurd to not consider that and just honor honor the long-standing residents of this area that also have a voice. And I just hope that you guys at least give it a little bit of additional time if you even have to get that information, but also consider the possibility that that information is not necessary to make this decision. The buffer zone is what it is, and you can proceed with actually denying the application, even though it's a good application and even though these are good people that applied for the business. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you. Okay, next, please.
Don Carney, 48-year resident of Fairfax. For the past 20 years, I've been dealing with the casualties of our permissive drug culture, its impact on children. I suggest you take another look at the application and degrade it. The application said that the kids at Archie have no problem with marijuana. In fact, they're the lowest in the state. That's complete BS. They're the highest in the county and one of the highest in the state. Our kids within spitting distance of this place are having a problem with marijuana. And they're going to sell high THC, which creates more problems and psychotic breaks. You're not being adults by granting this. And I really resent the council throwing in words in the definition that they have to be present. That's not in the definition. Nobody could see COVID coming. A lot of places are still impacted by COVID. So let's grow up and take care of the kids.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Mark Bell, just one additional point. Considering that I think it was the building departments got hacked and there was like a phishing email sent to people on a list there. It's a pretty good reason why someone may not want to divulge their client list. Who knows, that could get hacked as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Oh, okay, great.
Nancy. I just want to say that I am very thankful for the work that was done on the encampment. And I know everybody in the town had.
We have to talk only about cannabis right now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I misunderstood.
I would have liked to have heard what you said, but I think we have to do that. So I'm sorry. So moving on. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else who wants to speak specifically on this item on the agenda?
Rick Hamer, Fairfax. Last 5 years, actually, it's more like 6 years, we shared a driveway with a dispensary. It's no fun. It's a lot worse than you can imagine. And I would not support any going out of your way to bring children and dispensaries any closer than they already are. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So I think we're done with the in-room comment. Let's move to Zoom, please.
There are 7 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Michelle, followed by Gabriel. Michelle, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. I am Michelle Leopold. I've lived in Marin County for 25 years. I am also a founder of Marin Residence for Public Health. And I want to make sure everybody in the room knows that it is easy for an 18-year-old to get a medical marijuana card. It's something I keep on hearing 21-year-olds, but 18-year-olds will be going there. Both of my boys, including my forever 18-year-old son, Trevor, got their card the day they turned 18. Trevor was even diagnosed with cannabis use disorder at age 16, but the doctor didn't care. All he wanted was his money and the fact that he might have had a hangnail. And he FedExed that card to him the next day. If you do approve this location for medical marijuana, I hope it is truly medical, which in, I believe, all of the medical definitions, it's under 10% THC. No flavors that would attract kids, no high potency vapes, no high potency concentrates. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is, where'd Gabriel go? We'll do Bonnie. The next speaker is Bonnie, followed by Cindy. Bonnie, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Bonnie, we
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
No?
Yes, we
Can
can.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Bonnie, I think you need to turn the volume on your computer.
Okay, let's see. Uh-oh.
If you can see the text on the Zoom screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Bonnie?
Why don't we go to somebody else and go back to her?
Okay, the next speaker is Cindy, followed by Jeremy. Cindy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm concerned that there's been a lot more discussion and evaluation of TLC as a business than there has as a potential new dispensary. And I was looking at LaFleur's website today, and they say on their website that they would be licensed to operate a medical-only storefront as well as an adult use delivery service, which seems to be different than what the Fairfax Town Council is saying, talking about delivery only. And they go on to say that it's uncommon for primary care doctors to issue recommendations because the conflict between state and federal law can jeopardize medical licenses and malpractice insurance. They also say that medical cannabis recommendations are easy to get in California through Zoom, Skype, or in person. Most people qualify for common conditions like anxiety, insomnia, chronic pain, menopause, or general wellness. And cost between $39 and $60 for a recommendation that's valid for a year. But they say that the same products are available either way, except the cost is lower and you can get more for the same price with an 18 plus medical card. So, while I'm not saying that it's not legitimate for people who have serious medical conditions like cancer to use cannabis, but which option do you think younger, older, and healthier folks are going to go for when they can get a card and say that they're a medical patient? And I'm just really, really concerned about it. I tend to think that you should not be approving this. So thank you.
Can I just clarify the The application before us is for a medical dispensary and recreational delivery, and that is what we were considering. So I think because we had the public hearing that had more information last time, some people maybe aren't aware of that.
Right. Can you confirm that, Janet?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on to the next person, I'm wondering if we can just say now for Bonnie that she needed to unmute herself. So if she calls back in, that was the issue. We could hear her, but she couldn't hear us, or not unmute herself. Can you explain what Bonnie needs to do? Turn up the volume because we could hear her, but she could
Hold on.
not hear us.
I'm actually not sure what's happening on her end.
Okay.
But she is back online, so we
Okay.
could try her again now if you would like to do that.
Sure. Let's try it.
Okay, Jeremy, we're going to come back to you. Bonnie, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. Sorry, a little technical issue. So good evening, Mayor Blash and council members and everyone in attendance. My name is Bonnie and I am the owner of TLC. I want to address any questions or concerns regarding my business and to clarify several important points for the record. First, TLC is an active and operating business. I maintain a current business license and TLC successfully served students for 44 weeks during this past year. Second, my property is a multi-use building. It includes a dedicated space for tutoring services as well as separate rental units. Third, I want to emphasize that I am committed to working cooperatively with the town to provide any necessary validation of my business status. However, I respectfully request that we establish proper assurances and legal protocols to ensure that any documentation shared will maintain the confidentiality of my business interests and protect my clients' private information. I appreciate the council's time and consideration of these matters, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I'm just going to clarify, we can't do a back and forth and ask questions in public comment, right? Correct. Okay, so sorry about that. Can we move on to the next person, please?
The next speaker is Jeremy, followed by Marie. Jeremy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Look, this is pretty straightforward. This applicant has gone above and beyond following every rule and process the city laid out. They've been more than patient and thorough. The city created a process, and this location and applicant are clearly compatible with what Fairfax wants. The 93% score proves that. Councilmember Mike, Councilmember Frank, I'm asking you to just treat this applicant fairly. This person did everything right. And honestly, if others want to submit their application, which they've had more than a year to do, then sure, they should be treated fairly also. Tonight is about an applicant who followed the rules, did the work, and deserves a fair shot. That's all I'm asking for. Basic fairness for someone who played by the book. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Marie, followed by Mike. Marie, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello, hi, my name is Marie Black. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. I wanted to bring up a couple of things. One, all this talk of another dispensary. The truth is there are no medical storefronts in Marin County at this moment. The other dispensary in town represented the one and only in all of Marin County, and LaFleur would represent a second. I also can state that the offerings between the two dispensaries would be completely different from each other because of contracts and relationships, etc. So what Mr. Kaufman brings to the table is quite different from what the current option is. I myself have suffered from long-term pain. I'm going to be having surgery in the future, but my doctor has for quite some time let me know that cannabis is a far better option than opioids, which I think we can all agree on. There's also this outdated attitude towards cannabis that it's like something that's going to turn anyone wild or crazy. Quite frankly, if somebody at 18, a legal adult, finds that they need cannabis to make themselves feel better, they should have access to that. It may make you feel uncomfortable, but there are times and places where people need that to function and to get on with their lives. Cannabis is not something that takes over your life. It is a good option when you need medical pain control. And I'm very much looking forward to this. Right now, I drive to Sonoma County because there's no offerings in Marin County, and I pay all the taxes up there. And I'd much rather my money be spent here. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
The next speaker is Mike, followed by Gabriel. Mike, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, very good. My name is Mike Kaufman. You can tell by my last name, I happen to be Martin's father. I have lived at 107 Suffield for 48 years. This is all maybe 500 feet away from the proposed site. Martin's application, as everybody has commented upon, has dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's. The issue seems to be this perhaps semi-virtual mentoring center, tutoring center. I've been a member of the Fairfax Health Club for 28 years. Twice a day for 28 years, I've walked by the mentoring center. I have never once seen a human being go in or out. Okay, that's not to say that maybe, the hours I go to the health club, that's not when students are coming or going, but not once in 28 years, including as recently as today. So I asked that my son's application be treated fairly and on the merits. He is more qualified than anyone you're going to meet. He has established stores successfully in Oakland and in Nevada. He has a proven track record. The Cookies store in Oakland looks almost like an Apple store with respect to how it was laid out, the interior decoration. No one will do better than Martin at that facility. And as I say, what goes on at that facility will affect me. I live in close proximity. I don't personally use cannabis. I suffocate when anybody even smokes a cigarette near me. So I just ask that fairly he be treated and that you look at it that way. I'm also an attorney. I'm aware of attorney-client privilege. I'm not aware of a mentor-mentoree privilege with respect to names of students. Thank you very much.
Next, please.
The next speaker is Gabriel, followed by Holly. Gabriel, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello, council members. Gabe Robinson, Fairfax. I'd like to say, unfortunately, I was out of town and unable to attend the Planning Commission and recent town council meetings regarding this matter, but I want to express my opposition to this proposal. I think there's a significant issue that hasn't been addressed in the comments such far. And one of the main concerns is the lack of accountability and enforcement the town has shown toward cannabis businesses. To Mr. Kaufman's credit, he's made some efforts to communicate with the people in the neighborhood, but I remain skeptical. And while he's provided a packet of information intended to address neighborhood concerns, his materials offered and his website landing page on Google plainly state LaFleur is applying to open a small boutique-style cannabis retail store in Fairfax, end quote. That makes me concerned as a neighbor of the potential proposed location about how this would be affected and how our neighborhood would be affected and how it would affect sort of passersby through our neighborhood, a significant number of which are children on their way to the schools on Butterfield, kids going to and from Whitehill, and potentially the TLC kids as well. The ordinance that the town has on file is very clear and was developed at great length to address issues as increased traffic, parking, and congestion, youth exposure and normalization, potentially higher risk of crime, nuisance issues, all of these things. However, the former or potentially currently existing cannabis business that existed in town didn't abide by those rules and there was no enforcement. And I think that creates a significant issue for those of us in the neighborhood. You can't get the genie back in the bottle. So what happens then? What happens if this approval goes through and this person decides, and I'm not suggesting necessarily that they automatically would, but should they, we have no recourse in the community. We have no recourse in the neighborhood if this negatively affects our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Holly, followed by Mimi. Holly, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for your time tonight. I'm in support of this application and I'll be direct. The city has already made two very clear decisions, which are that for years, 2 cannabis permits have been allowed. And more recently, it has granted a variance for another dispensary that was trying to apply to operate within that buffer zone of a daycare. That precedent is on the record. As for the tutoring and learning center, there has not been a business license for years. No activity, no recent online reviews. The most recent one I saw was 2015. The property has been listed as a long-term rental and there were no response to months of city outreach. As a business owner myself, this is not indicative of an active business, at least not one that tutors children and also meets the legislative definition of what a tutoring center is as it pertains to a buffer zone around a dispensary. Respectfully, the issue of teen consumption is a matter for parents and law enforcement if it comes down to that. It's not logical and probably not lawful to prevent a vetted business from opening their doors based on hypothetical misconduct of a third party. Those two things are honestly a moot point since the city has set that variance precedent last year. The applicant has done everything required of them, due diligence and compliance and preparation, and has received an exemplary score from the Planning Commission. Any objections I've heard are unsupported, inconsistent, and very overly emotional. Most of the council and the Planning Commission went out of their way to praise this application, and I'd like everyone listening to remember the purpose of this process is strictly about the merits of the business, which has been proven. It's important that you remain fair and not get distracted by things outside of the scope of your work, no matter what they are. I urge you to make your decision based on facts and precedent and policy, not rhetoric. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else?
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Kelsey. Mimi, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mimi Newton, Mono Ave, speaking in.
Mimi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So speaking in my capacity as a resident and not as a planning commissioner, I want to echo what a lot of the people before me have said about, this applicant in support of the applicant being objective and fair with this application. And, just remind the council of the long debate that went into crafting this ordinance over years, and that is not being reopened, right? So just want to encourage everybody to apply the language of the ordinance fairly and avoid extraneous matters that are not relevant to the questions before you with respect to the ordinance. Thanks.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Kelsey. Kelsey, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. This is Kelsey Fernandez, and just want to thank the council for considering this, for your thoughtful consideration. I've heard a lot today. I've talked to a lot of people today. I've gotten a lot of information about the process that both Bonnie and the town have engaged in. And it still seems really unclear whether, the definitions are being met, that there's clear requirements, that Bonnie's really being given a fair chance to prove her business meets the criteria. And I would just urge the council to please not rush anything. Like Dawn, I work on the front lines of the impact of high potency THC products on youth. And a lot of people call in and have opinions. There's science, there's data about access, there's data about youth use when there's a cannabis storefront near youth spaces. And the reason that the state recommends buffer zones, the reason that the town implemented buffer zones is because it matters. And so, as many people have said, our kids, they are struggling. Is, I don't know, any people can talk about the cause and effect, but the fact is that this increases risk factors for our youth. And I would really, really hope that this town council, as they're deliberating, would put youth well-being over the cannabis business and also consider a youth serving business over a cannabis business, and at least give it more time. Because as you know, the owners have been going through a lot of transition and just deserve a little bit of grace. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back for deliberation and.
If I may.
Yes. Oh, close the public. I'm sorry. I need to close the public hearing.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Do you wish to hear from the applicant? Because if
Yes.
anybody has a question of the applicant, we don't want to have to reopen the public hearing. So
Right.
let's do
Okay,
it
good.
now.
Then we will keep the public hearing open and we will hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Would you like me to answer questions or make a statement or both?
How about a statement? A brief one, very brief.
I'll do my best. Obviously, thank you all for the time and diligence you put into this. And, I want to be clear, it was never my intention to be controversial in town. The very first question I, approached the town staff with was just if the town was serious about following through with actually awarding a license of this sort. Obviously, if an applicant was deemed competent and qualified and met all the requirements, and I made very clear, I had no interest in stirring controversy. I didn't want to waste time and money, but that I did feel I was qualified. Thereafter, I'm confident. I think I have one of the best properties with respect to zoning and compatibility with our community. And I didn't even finally secure that property until I understood clearly the definition of TLC, if it met the requirements or not. For example, my older daughter, I tried to enroll her in tutoring like 2 years ago, and I got no response from anyone there after multiple attempts. She ended up having to go a little further to Kumano by Safeway. I'm aware of many other people who have tried to reach out in search of tutoring services and never got a response. And to be clear, I hope she's able to get her business in order. But from my perspective, at the time when my property was granted a zoning approval by the Planning Commission unanimously, that business didn't meet the criteria that would disallow my otherwise, I believe, very competent and very complete and thorough application that I went very far out of my way to be thorough with. I even went so far in response to some of the neighbors in the community who had concerns about traffic. I didn't think it was appropriate to just give them my word or my professional opinion. I even obtained, even though it was not a requirement, a third-party engineer to do a serious traffic study. And I even paid a few $1,000s, I recall, to the town to have their engineers and their third-party consultants review and approve that traffic study. And, again, I did all this just in an effort to respect the process. And, I know there's a lot of concern that, theoretically the town may or may not choose to enforce the rules, but I've had adult use deliveries, I've had medical stores. I've never, giving someone a delivery in the parking lot or in the office there, that's not legal. I've never done that. I don't intend to do that. That'd be like, Mike or someone selling alcohol out the back door of their liquor store or a bar. You'd be a fool to do that because it's a very valuable business that clearly I've put a lot of effort into. And you all in the community have put a lot of effort into vetting it. And I guess I'm just here to, I hope you'll treat my application fairly, and I appreciate the time you all have spent on it.
Are there questions for the applicant? Councilmember Kohler? I'm sorry, Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, Mr. Kaufman, can you, I think there's a lot of fear. We heard one public comment about, I don't know, people that hang out around the business. Is there going to be weed smoking in the parking lot? Can you talk about how you would intend to manage that should that?
Of course. In the application, I don't fault anyone in the public for not having read it. There's a very clear policy. I mean, one, it's illegal to smoke cannabis in public, so it's not allowed regardless. There's no interest for me to encourage that. I would never. My business would have a very strict no loitering policy. For example, if a customer came in and they were a valid medical patient and they made a legal purchase and then they left and then they chose to loiter, our records very clearly, let alone the cameras that are required to be maintained for 90 days of recording in high definition, it'd be extremely easy to identify who that person was and issue them a warning. We obviously have their email and their phone number when they become a client of the business. So there's no scenario in which we would ever encourage or want to foster that sort of behavior.
And you're going to have cameras outside and no loitering, no
Of course,
smoking outside.
That's correct. And in the security plan, which it's typically not made public for reasons of security, but there are in there, and the state very thoroughly vets those placements and requirements. And if they deem it at all inadequate, they won't approve the license, which would preclude me from opening until I updated my security plan to be comprehensive enough to those standards, which it already has been determined to be.
Okay, thank you.
Other council members with questions for the applicant? No, I mean, I'll ask a question if nobody else is. Okay, so I'm just going to ask a question or two because, I've had a lot of letters from community members. I did have a question about the education groups that you are saying you're going to support. Like, are they on board with your support? I know that there is mentioned in the application about supporting various youth groups and whatnot.
Of course. At the time I wrote the application, I had prior to writing it, I reached out to one of the board members I know in the Yes Foundation, and she didn't feel comfortable, validating my intention on her own. So she put me in touch with the director of the Yes Foundation, and they were very happy to hear I was hoping to support their project and their efforts in our community. I also did mention an organization that at the time I wasn't aware, Mrs. Hernandez, who has taken the time to speak with me on I think at least one occasion, and she's taken the time to call into the, or in person, she attended the Planning Commission. I think she was at the last meeting in person, and she was on the phone, I believe. And after I had mentioned them in the application, it's my understanding they made a determination with their group that they would not want to accept funds from an organization like mine or a bar or a liquor store or anything like that. And I would absolutely respect that. It wasn't intended to create the illusion of some endorsement of a youth group or anything. It's just a demonstration of my good intention to, sponsor youth activity, which I don't think this business poses any threat to. I mean, I'm a father of young children. Most of my friends are parents of young children and teenage children and adult children. And there's like zero interest from me, who was born and raised here, to contribute to vagrancy or the decline of like the quality of education in our community. I'd be ashamed. There's no financial interest for me to do that, reputationally or otherwise.
Okay. And then another question that I have just from a community member is, and I know this actually came up with the other applicant, which was, are the 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. hours really necessary? Is it 9 p.m. kind of late in the evening for the business? Just curious about, I think we might have asked this at the last meeting, but I thought I'd just ask it again.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I base that on the allowance that the rules in the city's ordinance allow. In practice, after being open for a period of time, you would quickly determine that it might not make sense to be open Sundays or late on weekdays, or maybe even open later on some days. It's difficult to determine right now, and I would prefer not to limit myself at this point. But I again, I have no intention of being a nuisance to the community. I mean, as you embarrassingly heard, my father lives right down the street, and I know all his neighbors, and I know all the businesses in that area. My daughter went to Caterpillar, which is right next to a bar. I mean, I almost put my other daughter in the daycare that's right behind Mike's bar, and I certainly would have. I went elsewhere for different reasons. It was definitely not because of proximity to a bar. I wouldn't even consider that as a reason to not choose to support a business. And I think I would hope the same is true of the tutoring center. Had there been a cannabis dispensary next door to it, I would gladly have taken my daughter there, because she can't go into a pot club. They wouldn't even know what it is. It's like going to a pharmacy to grab something with your kid. They have no idea what's behind the counter, and even if they did, they have no ability to go purchase it.
Right. And I think the issue, and I have been around and talked to the neighbors in the neighborhood, is that, there's like residences, like, right. I mean, as is often the case in Fairfax, like right next to the parking lot and across the street and stuff. And I think there probably was some concern about noise or, people being out there late after kids are in bed.
Of course. And I mean, I think I've stated before, and I'll state it again, like we would not be playing amplified music ever. There's no benefit to anyone being rowdy or noisy in that parking lot. I mean, if kids ride through it on a bicycle, I don't know that I have the authority to, I would go chase after them, but I don't think that's like the norm. And I don't think that's unique to this parking lot versus any other sidewalks or parking lots in our town. And by all means, like one of the neighbors who called in, I believe he's right on the other side of the fence. And it would be, I would feel it's my obligation to go out of my way to work with him very intimately to try to figure out how to mitigate, that there's not light that would glare in his direction or anything like that, but just any nuisance that could come about just innocently in the coming months or once the business could be opened, without question, I would address that. I think anyone would.
Okay. And, I think the final one, and I'll ask, we've asked this, but I'm just going to keep putting it out there. I know I've heard concern from people that they have no recourse if they feel like something is, not being done properly. I mean, it sounds like you went around and talked to neighbors initially. Are you going to try to sort of continue to keep a good connection with neighbors in the community? I'm just curious about that. Like if somebody says, it's driving me crazy, there's cars there at 9:30 every night, or, whatever it is they come up with, are you willing to reach out to them or address those issues that come up in the community?
Absolutely. And in the application and just in my general practice, like I have a very extensive layout of how a complaint hotline and complaint, there'd be a support at lafleur.com, it's at lafleurfairfax.com. But we are committed to responding promptly. I had committed to having, I guess, like neighborhood meetings regularly, just to hear if there's any issues and welcome feedback and from the greater community as well. And we would absolutely be willing to address those on an ongoing basis. And I would assume any type of business that is less scrutinized than this would as well.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant from council members? Okay, well, thank you so much. Yes, go ahead, Town Attorney Colson.
And you wish to close?
Okay, I was just double checking before I jumped the gun. Okay,
Thank you.
so I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you so much. And now we're going to bring it back for deliberation and any further questions of staff. So who wants to go first?
I have a question.
Certainly.
So it wasn't too long ago, a few meetings ago, we were faced with trying to potentially help a business in town, a long-standing business, the only dispensary in Marin County, first one in Fairfax, approved a long time ago by this town council. Her company got rezoned. That property got rezoned. Every business up there got basically kicked out. And so the debate at the time, without knowing anything else at the time, the debate was this 300-foot rule. And we were thinking about, and we did actually waive a 5-foot variance to allow it to be 295 feet away from TLC. You're shaking your head?
I'll address it. Go ahead and finish, but no, you didn't waive anything.
Okay. Well, anyway, so we said 295, we'll work with that. The rule was 300. It was brought up at the meeting. And then this comes up and it's 60 feet away from TLC, but lo and behold, TLC doesn't even exist, even though it's been there for 30 years. It's a tough situation. It's tough for the applicant. It's tough for TLC. It's tough for the town, everybody involved, but I feel like they might have jumped the gun. I also followed closely the discussions with the owner, Bonnie, who obviously is under a lot of stress, probably a lot since COVID, in the kind of business she had. And it seemed highly inappropriate, by the way, the questions they were asking her and the information they were asking for, almost like the interrogation. It was pretty brutal. I don't know if that's public knowledge or not, but that's my opinion, what I saw. And I had mentioned before to the applicant that, as you know, I'm very pro-business, but I'm not sure how to, so far anyway, and I'm going to keep listening to the council as well, but how to reconcile this 60-foot distance away from TLC I know my own kids went there. I have a lot of respect for businesses that have been there, 30 years. There's a lot of ups and downs in business, and it's not like the owner wants to go away. And she's very upset about this. So there's a lot of unfortunate circumstances here. And so I'm going to keep thinking about it. I'm not making a vote right now. I'm just making a statement that this is not as easy as one side or the other thinks it is.
Right. And so, Town Attorney Colson, were you going to address that? I feel like there.
Can I just add one thing? So when we took up Marin Medical Alliance, it was also discussed that Marin Medical Alliance is 125 feet from the daycare center, the Caterpillar. And so while we didn't waive anything, and I think the town attorney is going to opine on that, that did come up as well. So you know.
So let me
okay.
try to explain a little bit about the MAM, the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana's situation at this point in time vis-a-vis the town code. So yes, there was some interest in finding a location, and she found the location on Sir Francis Drake that is within two buffers. If TLC is still meeting the definition of tutoring center, she's within that buffer. That location for her potential location is within that buffer and even closer to Caterpillar Academy. I think it's more like 50 feet, but it's very close. So what we did was we didn't guarantee her being able to go into that spot. What we did was we said, we will entertain an application for a conditional use permit for this location. So we'll let you come and apply for a conditional use permit. We didn't waive any of the buffers. We didn't do anything, but we allowed her the opportunity to come and apply. She has not completed any application for a conditional use permit as of yet. But when she does, at that time, that's when everything will be looked at, the buffers and everything else. And so there's no decision that's been made on that location quite yet. Certainly, she can't just walk in and start up business tomorrow. She needs to be granted a conditional use permit, and that is discretionary. So that's her situation. I would like to say one more thing. I finally tried to cut through all of the back and forth with Ms. Zielinski, and I sent her an email, just me to her last Thursday. I'd like to read that to you if you don't mind. I think it will kind of convey where I am coming from when I'm asking her for information about her business. It says, "Hello, Ms. Zielinski. I received the documents you submitted related to your tutoring business. Unfortunately, they are not what we need to be able to show that your business meets the definition of a quote unquote tutoring center for the purpose of the Cannabis Business Permit Code. We need agreements with parents of at least 10 different students that show on-site instruction for at least 37 weeks. We can redact names, phone numbers, and addresses, but I need to be able to contact the parents to confirm the information. If you do not have such records or do not wish to provide them, that is fine. It will not impact your business, except that the business will not have met the definition of a tutoring center for the sole purpose of the Cannabis Business Permit section of the Fairfax Town Code. This does not mean you can't continue to operate. You may certainly continue to operate online or on site. Please let me know if you have any questions." Now, the reason why I stress the on site is because that is the intent of that definition. And having been part of the drafting of that definition, the concern at the time from the council at the time was the proximity of children to a cannabis retail storefront, and that they may be walking back and forth in front of it. So the on-site component is integral to it, and it is assumed that that's what we're talking about. Clearly, on an online business or for an online business, there's no contact. There's no walking in front of anything. So online doesn't matter at all. It's purely for on-site. Those are the last two things I wanted to clarify.
So I just wanted to thank you both. Thank you. This is really challenging. So I appreciate everything you just said, Mike, and thank you for the clarity. But so what we did for Marin Alliance was unanimously vote as a council to change the ordinance to reflect the Sir Francis Drake location, knowing that location was in violation of the two buffers, or the two sites are within the buffers.
We didn't really change the code. We added in the opportunity for her to apply for a conditional use permit. The requirement
But
for
the address, my point, Janet, is that address was entered into the code.
Yes, absolutely.
And this council knew that there were two locations, a childcare center and a tutoring center, when we unanimously voted to change that code.
Yes. Well, we didn't change the code. We added in her opportunity to apply for a conditional use.
But you say tomato, I say tomato.
No.
We voted on a change to the
In the code, and it wasn't there before.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, thank
correct.
you.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all sort of on the same playing field, because I think fairness in applying same standards to everyone is really, I hope, what we're all about here. So I can go, or Barbie, you can go, but I just wanted to
Okay. Okay. Councilmember.
yeah,
Gold.
I have some
Go
notes
ahead.
here.
Yeah.
So I guess just on that point, I really appreciate whoever raised the point of liability, because I think we do risk liability here, given that point I just made. So we need to be fair, and we need to follow the laws. And, long before I was in this seat, we established that we would support, as a town, up to two businesses, cannabis businesses, medical storefront, cannabis recreational delivery. We have 0 right now. We have 1 applicant. So I guess I want to talk about, this is not, we want to get away from this polarization and tagging people as good or bad or villainization. Like, clearly, Ms. Zelensky is a long-term community member. Our kids were on the mountain biking team together. Your boys went to her center. Like, there's no villainization of Ms. Zelensky. I'm sorry. There's been, family issues, medical issues, COVID. For me, COVID doesn't really carry as much weight anymore now that we're in 2025. And we're not stopping her from maintaining a business. The point is, she hasn't been able to substantiate that she is physically operating out of that location. She and I had some really nice exchanges, because I could tell she was suffering. I could tell there was confusion and frustration. And we've all been there, where you're trying to do your best and you feel like you're not getting the response you need. There was so much what I would say flexibility offered, and sort of bending over to try to help her. You can redact the names. And I said, like, let's get some parents on the phone. Let's get some, we haven't heard from any parents. And I have 3 kids. I have 1 still in high school. I don't know that there's still the stigma or shame around tutoring. But we're not interested in exposing children's names. We just need to substantiate that there's an operating business there, which we have not been able to do, despite multiple physical letters taped to the front door, phone calls, emails, on-site visits, I mean, it's a lot on our small town staff. So an exorbitant amount of energy has gone to respect Ms. Zelensky as a longtime business owner. She's a good person. There's no there's no villainizing you, Ms. Zelensky, but we have given ample time in my mind for you to put forth 10 students. That's all we asked for, 10 students. So I think it's pretty clear where I stand on this issue. I think the applicant has done a very fine job of putting forth a clean application, following the process, respecting all the parties. And I do very much worry about the liability that we would create should we not support his application. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kohler.
Okay, I wrote a few notes. So thanks to all for thoughtful comments and input tonight and at the last meeting and at emails. As I mentioned at previous meetings, I don't drink, smoke, take drugs, or use any form of marijuana or cannabis. I also noted in the past that 77.6% of the voters in Fairfax voted for Proposition 64. I'm not interested in reopening what was done over 23 meetings in the past. We heard testimony over the 23 meetings we held on cannabis regarding concerns with normalization of cannabis. I continue to be dismayed that having a safer, regulated product concerns folks when unregulated cannabis is mixed with pesticides and other chemicals. Also, street dealers are already in Fairfax and have been so for decades. In late 2019, the Town Council, after these 23 meetings, heard hours of testimony and made decisions regarding locations and other criteria that the businesses in Fairfax must follow. And I have to say that those are very difficult decisions, and they were not taken lightly. At that time, we also decided that there could be an additional medical dispensary with an associated recreational delivery business, because we had already done that for Marin Medical Alliance, so we decided there could be two. The council determined that there could be two locations in Fairfax. These were difficult decisions that were hard fought. At this time, there are no locations in Fairfax, as the Medical Alliance is no longer at School Street Plaza. To assist Ms. Shaw, the council voted in December 2024 unanimously for special code sections to be written to allow her to apply for a conditional use permit with the Planning Commission for the former Curiosity Shop location. She has not submitted the CUP application to date, and it's unclear if she owns the location. I do not know, nor will I speculate on, what is the future for MAM. Again, the town council determined there could be two locations in town. And I also want to say, if you look at those buffer zones and you look for places, there's almost nowhere that you can place anything. I've looked. Mr. Martin Kaufman submitted his application undergoing the rigorous application process. Now, Ms. Shaw doesn't go through that process. She has a special process that was written in the code that she can go through the CUP. There was no special code sections written for his potential business. He has more than crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. He also reached out to neighbors. In my reading on all the copious application materials, I'm the only one who brought mine here, and I'm going to have to take up weightlifting more to be able to carry this around. I would actually increase his score from the 92.6 provided by the Planning commissioners. Actually, the town council can add points if they'd like to, from 92.6 to 94.6. Increasing his score in the business qualifications business plan to 35 from the 34.4, and his score in the quality operating plan to 35 from 33.6. With the 24.6 in the public benefits, the total is 94.6. As far as the TLC, despite all the town's attempts to work with Ms. Zelensky over about 5 months, the supplement shows that she's seeking to rent both floors of the building as long-term rentals. We have no documentation that TLC has been operating at that site for some years. Oh, sorry. A recent Associated Press article notes that the illegal market is booming in California due to high taxes, changing regulations, and also because 2/3 of California's cities have banned legal cultivation and many other legal cannabis businesses in the state. Prop 64 was intended to, among other things, minimize the illegal market. My feeling is that we need to respond to the voters while also recognizing the concerns raised by many. However, I also feel that we need to realize that kids are getting drugs and marijuana from street dealers or even at home. While I do not feel that we will eliminate all street dealers, we can mitigate their presence by allowing a reasonable number of regulated legal businesses uses for cannabis in our town. I don't understand the feeling that kids walking by a regulated cannabis business is viewed by many as a significant danger. There are liquor stores kids walk by and can enter. With a cannabis business, if they are not 21, they cannot enter unless they are over 18 with a medical card. And there's no walk-in business whatsoever with delivery. Illegal cannabis grows, dealers, and other businesses have contributed to rampant crime, murders, and more, and they destroy the environment by clear-cutting, excessive watering, pesticide, and other chemical uses. I'm under no illusions that all illegal activities, including street dealers, will cease under legalization in our town or elsewhere in California. I'm also under no illusions that the use of cannabis is completely safe for anyone or everyone, as many advocate. We know that prohibition didn't work for alcohol. We also know the war against drugs has been an abysmal failure. Prohibition has not worked for cannabis. By allowing a reasonable number of businesses that are regulated by the state in Fairfax, we can mitigate to a certain extent criminal activity and environmental damage, and also lower our carbon footprint. Otherwise, people are driving to Cotati, Rohnert Park, Oakland, Richmond, and other locations in the greater Bay Area. It's not about revenue for me. By allowing a small number of regulated businesses, we can support the 77.6% that voted for Prop 64 in Fairfax. For these reasons, I'm voting yes for Mr. Kaufman's LaFleur with a medical dispensary and recreational delivery. Thank you.
Okay, other council members want to make comments? I see Councilmember Egger.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There are 11 incorporated cities and towns in Marin, plus the unincorporated area of Marin County. Fairfax is about 3% of Marin County's population. Fairfax had the only legal cannabis storefront in Marin. So 3% population and 100% of the storefronts. If we end up with a second storefront, I guess we'll become the marijuana capital of Marin County. At the August 6th meeting, the owner of TLC was here in the audience, and the tutoring center was here in the audience, and she said she was still in business. And later on in the meeting, there were questions back and forth, but she was here, but was not allowed to speak to rebut any of the comments. You know, the attempted, I call it the attempted upzoning of School Street Plaza caused Marin Alliance to be evicted. It's a business that had been here for a number of years. It's a business that fought the federal government over the use of marijuana all the way to the appellate courts. Marin Alliance prevailed and was allowed to remain in business and open. So we had a potential application for east of this location from Marin Alliance, and I don't know where that application is, but I'm assuming it's going to be coming in. What's interesting, I remember when Marin Alliance was going through the process, there was a police report on Marin Alliance, and I noticed there's no police report on this application. When I applied for a liquor license, I had to do a wet signature at the Fairfax Police Department. This is for a state license. And I had to go to the Fairfax Police Department and they had to run my record. But I guess they don't require that of a marijuana business.
Isn't a live scan required and hasn't that been done?
Yes, it's been done. And the police chief has seen it.
I can't hear you.
The live scan was done, the same thing you were required to do, and the police chief reviewed it, and there was nothing in it to alarm anybody. He went through the same process.
There's no report. There's no report. No written report. That's all I'm saying. There's no written report. I mean, that's why we have a police department. That's why we have a police department.
Until it's not going to be public, it's why you have the police chief look at it for any applicant. And I think what you saw when you were looking at Marin Alliance was a report from when they were operating, when they were in business.
Anyway, it's an interesting decision we have to make tonight. But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Garaghelli.
Yes, sure. Okay, so thinking through this, first of all, I like to take people at their word. 30 years in business. I do believe that she still has a business, and the amount of work we did to find out if she was still in business seemed a little bit out of scope with the town of Fairfax. But I also acknowledge that because Marin Medical Alliance was displaced by rezoning, that we were ready to start the process of paving the way to break these buffer zone boundaries. And it leads me to think that and by the way, in 2018, this town council, I'm not sure who was on the council at the time, but they voted to put a second store in. So I agree that Mr. Kaufman he's done everything by the book, and I appreciate that. And the only thing that's going through my mind now is two things. One is limit those hours, just as my personal thought, 10 to 6 or something more modified. And this is very common for many businesses, and I know it's a difficult thing to think about, but maybe like a probationary period, so we get to see the operation for a year and then make sure there's nothing going wrong and have some sort of way to say, okay, you passed it, great job, or the opposite, of course. So I would like to think about if we were to go forward on those two types of ideas. And I know it's 18 and over, but have you ever thought of 21 and over? That's 20. I know it's 18 with a card, but have you ever thought of 21 and over to reduce the negative effects on certain types of age groups? I'll leave it there, but those are some thoughts that came to my mind.
Okay, town attorney.
There's a requirement in the code for a new permit every year. And so that's when you look at whether or not there have been any violations.
Right, thank you. So I have some comments and questions. So that's very helpful.
Before you do that, just one question for the town attorney. It's set in state law that to access medical marijuana, you can be 18 or over, correct? So
Correct.
we can't change that.
Yes, there are two. I want to make sure everybody understands there's two permits here. There's two pathways of regulation. There's state, and that's a little different than what we have because as a local government, we're allowed to have some different rules. And so we also have a local permit with local rules. And so those two run in parallel. You have to have both. You can't just have one.
Right, but my question was,
Correct.
it's set in law that
State
you
law.
can be 18 or over with a card to access medical marijuana,
Correct.
and you have to be 21 or over for recreational or recreational cannabis, right?
Correct.
So we can't change that.
We cannot. How a business is operated is up to the business.
Okay. So I just had some additional questions or comments. So the criteria that we are able to judge this on, as I asked last time, is really technical, right? So whether or not we think cannabis is good or bad for youth brain development or what have you, if we are voting on this particular business, we're looking at the technical, them meeting the technical requirements to be a business and the recommendation from the Planning Commission, the grading and all of this. We can't make a decision based on we want prior business to thrive and therefore we think taking competition away would help her, or that we, whatever legitimate things that we might be concerned about, a lot of that was already discussed when the ordinance is being made, right? So we're more relegated to making decisions based on technical factors.
Yes, we went through a great deal of, running scenarios through this model to make sure that the model was one that would provide a fair outcome. That we thought originally that we might be inundated with applications. We were not. We have never been inundated with applications, but we tried to make the process fair. If we had a whole bunch of equally qualified applicants, how would we distinguish them? And, how would we choose? And it shouldn't be, I like you, I don't like you. It shouldn't be on that basis at all. It should be on objective standards. You've heard a lot about that recently, but this is one of the things that's very important to our process for cannabis is that, it's all based on very objective standards.
So, I think a question that I might have asked earlier, sort of offline here is, so we heard this thing that every year the permit has to get renewed or reviewed. And so if the permit comes up and, I'm just going to keep belaboring this point, like everyone in the neighborhood says this has been a horrible experience, like all of these things are going wrong. Does that impact, or do they have to have, actual, how does that impact the permit being?
Well, there need to be violations of code, and then you would have a due process hearing.
Okay, but that would be residents could initiate that, or how would they have recourse if they?
There's no provision in the code for the residents don't want it near them.
So they would, if they felt there were violations, the only way that they could get recourse would be to complain to the police. Yes. Or, I also understand that marijuana enforcement is maybe conducted by a state agency and not necessarily.
Under the state permit, yes. But if we're talking about violations of our local code, then they make a complaint locally here to town hall.
Okay.
Or the police.
Okay, and then if those are substantiated and there's a bunch of them, that might impact their ability to continue.
Right. That is correct.
Okay, so I did want to note the vote on the other business was not unanimous, because I felt like I voted against it only because I wanted the residents to have more time to speak, and it seemed like a very rushed process. So I just wanted to correct that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's been a whirl. And, so I'm looking at this business. It has a very high score from the Planning Commission. We have continued this out of due diligence to try to provide more time for Ms. Zielinski to, provide some facts and establish that there is an existing business. And I know that's been difficult and painful. I did want to note a couple of things that I believe I'm seeing here, which is that this is, it's not a recreational shop front. It would concern me a little bit more if this was like a walk-in recreational. It seems to have adequate parking, which is another big plus. And the signage seems to be very discreet. I've spent a lot of, I think we've all spent a lot of time looking at cannabis businesses. It doesn't have a giant neon marijuana leaf. It doesn't say, no place like stoned or whatever it was I saw in Vancouver. It seems like it's going to be kind of discreetly signed. So that gives me some comfort, because I feel like it could just look like a clinic or a massage parlor or I don't know, some sort of wellness business. So that's good. I do wonder a little bit about, where Fairfax is going as a community. We used to be this wild hippie town where, people remember fondly like smoking pot and running around. And I think we're becoming more and more sort of a bedroom community with a lot of young families. So I can kind of see there's some change in there. And I just wanted to name that, a lot of work at home from home professionals. So, we have a very diverse constituency here that we're trying to accommodate the needs of all of those folks. I did want to note that I felt like the Fairfax Town Council did everything they could at one point to, agonize over how to make it possible for there to be dispensaries and to also address community concerns. And I wasn't on the council then, but I did watch a lot of those meetings, so I know it was horrible. I am concerned, a little bit about what could come across from some folks about a desire to sort of tilt the playing field in favor of one business. It feels like there's been extensive efforts made to accommodate two businesses in particular. And I know we're a small town, so we kind of tend to do things like that, but it's a little, concerning. I'm also noticing that state law does not specifically include tutoring centers. That's something that apparently the town put into action specifically to accommodate Ms. Zielinski's business. And so I just think that I'm just concerned about the fairness aspect. On one level, I have sort of agonized about this because I know some community members are not thrilled about having a cannabis dispensary near them for all kinds of reasons that they've articulated rather clearly. And yet it seems that the applicant has come forward with a strong proposal at a time when perhaps the business that would have precluded them from being there was not technically legally in business. And, just question our process if we allow businesses to come in after an applicant has made their application and sort of knock that application out of the water, for better or for worse. So I think that's just something to think about in the future, like how do we regulate that? So I've agonized about it. I'm somewhat inclined to vote for it. But like I said, it's been kind of a hard process because I am concerned about the feelings of community members.
I have another question. Can I ask?
Yes.
Thank you. Concerning liability, which is always an issue. This is one of those deals where if we voted yes in Mr. Kaufman's favor, TLC, Ms. Zielinski, potentially could sue us. She could improve. Well, you're shaking your head, but we'll find out. I hope she doesn't, by the way. She could potentially sue us. She couldn't technically so far, and she had her reasons not to show you certain things, but she certainly has a 30-year history there. You can't deny that. So you go to court and you say, how could you not say she wasn't there when she's been there for 30 years? It's, possession's 90% of the law. She's been there for 30 years, okay? If we say no to Mr. Kaufman, he might go, wow, that wasn't very fair to me. Maybe he'll sue us because he did everything right as far as he was concerned. So I think the problem was not.
And there's also the concern about supporting a monopoly, a potential monopoly.
Oh, no. And I agree with you on that. And here's where I agree. And that means that if we're going to, whatever we decide tonight, we're going to have to apply the rules fairly to Marin Alliance, for instance. If we say Mr. Kaufman is 60 feet, and that is the reason why we're denying the application, because we actually believe Ms. Zielinski's 30 years means something, then when you're 125 feet or 295 feet, you can't, you're going to have to rethink all that too. So I think other people might want to speak, but right now it's quite a dilemma. And I think that we'll have to hopefully make the best decision.
Yeah, and I just want to say quickly, I totally hear you, Mike. I understand, Councilmember Garanghelli. It is like that's the difficulty. I was wondering if at some point, we talked earlier, if because it seems to me like, well, anyway, if Town Attorney Colson could lay out the choices we have before us, because it seems like choices are a little complicated, actually.
Can I
Not
just
saying-
add something? It was already discussed that if Ms. Zelensky wants to operate a tutoring center there on site, whether this application is granted or not, she can do so once she's already paid for her business licenses for the years they weren't paid for. So I don't know what she would sue us for because it isn't stopping her from going into business. But maybe the town attorney wants to say something before you go over those.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So I want to make sure that we understand the operative dates. When we look at the buffer zones is when the application comes in, when it's submitted. So as of the date the application was submitted, you have to determine whether or not they're within a buffer zone. And as of that date, I mean, we have no evidence that the tutoring center meets the definition that's in the code. Not that they weren't operating, I'm sure they were operating online, whatever, but we don't have any evidence at all that shows that there were at least 10 kids receiving on-site instruction for a period of at least 37 weeks in a year. Now, that's become a focal point. It doesn't necessarily have to be a focal point because you can either make a finding that TLC does not currently and did not, when the application was submitted, meet the definition in the code of a tutoring center, and therefore there's no buffer to be concerned about, or you can make a finding that it is unclear, it cannot be determined, and nevertheless, you're waiving the buffer. So you do have some options in that regard as far as approval of the application is concerned.
And then the other question I had is I'm sorry, Councilmember Kohler.
I mean, it just feels like waiving is probably the best course in my mind.
Sure, because we're waiving it for Marin Alliance.
Right.
We'd have
Just
to waive
from a
it.
consistency
Because if we don't
standpoint.
waive it, then we can get sued by Zelensky for saying she actually has the, if we have the right to waive it, but anyway.
It is our
No, thank you.
section, and we created it, and so the council has the right to waive it. It's not a state law.
Okay, so I know this is a good discussion. I'm glad we're discussing this. And I know some people feel like we're really belaboring the point, but we're very careful about, our community businesses and our community members. So
Well,
I
and
did
setting
want
a precedent too,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
exactly. Especially. So I just did want to ask, us tonight, like if the only no route here would be we're just not accepting any applications. We've just decided to close the applications without accepting one, right?
There is a provision in the code that allows you to reject all applications. It is very similar to a reject all bids in a public works contract situation.
Okay, but that would not preclude Ms. Shaw from moving forward with hers because she's on a different route, right?
She's not coming in under the cannabis process. She's coming in under a separate process called conditional use permit.
Right. So if we said we're rejecting all applications, she could still end up.
She doesn't have an application on file currently.
Right. But I mean, she could potentially, even if we tonight said we were no longer accepting applications for this.
Yes, the
whatever this
applications
cycle is.
are accepted from date A to date B. So
Right.
it's in a set time period when we accept applications. And we open up the application period. It says in the code, whenever it falls below 2 locations in town, we've never had 2 locations in town. But because we've never had 2 locations and because we're always under and always have been under 2 locations, we open up the process when there's interest, when people are asking for it. And so there's a set time period of about 3 months when the application period is open. And so that's a well-defined period of time. And that's what you would be rejecting all applications within that application period.
Right. So I guess the point I'm just trying to make, and then I'll let you go, is that if somebody was like, I want no marijuana businesses whatsoever in that neighborhood, saying we're not going to accept any applications in this cycle isn't necessarily going to hit that because there's already this other process with MAM, right?
Correct.
That would
That's
not
correct.
that would not be stopped by that. So anyway, just putting that out there. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
So I'm
Sorry, go
going to
ahead,
just
Councilmember
say
Fulton.
that if there were, I'm not inclined to reject all applications. I think that would be a purely arbitrary decision based on what we have before us. I will say what I want to.
I understand you all.
Sorry,
do. Yes, I know.
but we have an application that's been quite good. The Planning Commission rated it very high. I increased the score with my own scoring. But I would just say, I'd like to finish this up. We have other things to do. And I would prefer that this is my preference, that we pick the resolution that says that the tutoring center is not currently operating as it meets the definition. But in order to reach a compromise that would be more, suitable for the rest of my colleagues, at least my colleagues sitting next to me, I would accept the idea of a resolution that says we're waiving it. And I want to just remind us, this is not about MAM. This is not about this particular one. We are not creating a monopoly. So the decision was made, there could be 2 locations. And I was on that council and I was mayor that signed those ordinances. And let's go ahead and be fair. So I would say I'd like to see the resolution that
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, well, I think we have to see the resolution.
I've got copies of the resolution.
The resolution that basically says we're waiving that buffer.
I have copies of one that say we're waiving the 300-foot radius.
Well, can we see that
requirement.
and then do the motion?
Yes. And
Can
I
we
want
see
to say
it?
also the motion needs to incorporate, if you want to raise the score, we have a blank space for the score in both resolutions.
Well, I don't want to belabor that. I mean, I don't know that other folks will agree with me. I don't think people looked at it in the level of detail that I did for the second time. So I just think we can go ahead with the score that was given by the Planning Commission. But can we see copies of that?
Yes, I need to confer with planning for just 1 minute, please. Okay.
Okay.
Can we limit the hours instead of 9 to 9?
There was a question from,
Would anyone object to, and that we would try to limit the hours a little bit and show a little bit of modification here for the
I'd
neighborhood?
object to that.
I think that's something that you guys will have to talk about when you get the resolution and look at it.
One other question: if we choose this resolution that waives that buffer or whatever we're waiving, right? Does that end up setting a precedent that everyone else can come in and say, "I'm next to a tutoring center"?
No, it's just for this one.
And is that not a little weird that we do it just for one business?
It's based upon, if you'll read, when you read the resolution, you'll see it's based upon the uncertainty about whether or not they're actually meeting the definition.
Okay, that is my main concern, so that helps address that. Thank you.
Do you want to see both resolutions?
No, let's just see the one that just waives it. Let's not confuse things even more.
You could.
I just turned it on. I just turned it on. Right. Well, so I was just, okay.
Okay, so is someone ready to make a motion? I'm ready to make a motion. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. I would say this resolution, we probably have to read it into the record. And
do that.
I would add for the space where it has the score of 92.6, that is what the Planning Commission gave them. So my,
Well, the blank space is for the council.
no, it says,
Yeah,
the blank space is so council points, but nobody, I don't want to belabor my 95. So I'm just going with what the Planning Commission
Okay.
went with 92.6. So I would make a motion to approve Resolution 25-XX, a resolution of the Fairfax Town Council waiving the requirement for a 300-foot radius around tutoring centers and approving a commercial cannabis business permit for a medical use cannabis storefront retail and cannabis delivery only adult use retail business at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Should I read this into the record?
Do you want to, or do you want
I
me
can.
to? Okay.
Whereas the town of Fairfax received an application on May 5th, 2025 to convert a portion of the building at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard into a medical use cannabis storefront retailer and cannabis delivery only retailer business. And whereas the submitted application included a traffic analysis and commercial cannabis business permit application. And whereas the application included the information provided in the applicant's supplemental information binder containing table of contents, sections G1 through G5, and appendices A through N, including business plan, operating plan, public benefits plans, security plan, financial documents, letters of support, state permit application, Blum Oakland co-founder case study, compliance checklist and daily activities, client and patient code of conduct, key personnel roles and procedures, operational protocols addendum, delivery operations protocol addendum, client intake and enrollment protocols addendum, staff training and compliance addendum, cannabis waste disposal protocols, traffic study and methodology documentation, and whereas the Planning Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on July 17, 2025, and in compliance with the town council adopted resolution number 19-34, a resolution of the town council of the town of Fairfax approving the scoring criteria, weighting points per criteria, minimum qualifying scores, and applications procedures for commercial cannabis business permits, and Fairfax gave the application a score of 92.6, whereas the town council held public hearings on August 6, 2025, and on September 3, 2025, at which time all interested parties were given a full opportunity to be heard and present evidence. And whereas based on the plans and supplemental information provided by the applicant, as well as testimony at the public hearing, the town council has determined pursuant to Fairfax Town Code 5.56.070B2, the final score for the application for a medical use storefront retailer and delivery only adult use retailer has exceeded the minimum qualifying score of 80 and achieved a score of 92.6 council points, thus qualifying for issuance of a cannabis business permit for both the medical use cannabis storefront retail and cannabis delivery only adult use retail business at 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And whereas the town council hereby waives the requirement, Town Code Section 17.110 040C1, that a medical use cannabis storefront retailer not be located within a 300-foot radius of a tutoring center as defined in Town Code Section 17.110.020, a place that provides instruction supplemental to that provided by a school requires compensation and offers such instruction to at least 10 clients who do not reside on the premises for at least 37 weeks a year due to the following findings. The operation of the TLC Tutoring Center located at 1613 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard has changed from when the town's ordinances authorizing cannabis business permits were adopted. This change has resulted in more students receiving instruction online as opposed to in person. The online tutoring services offered by the TLC Tutoring Center provides parents the option of avoiding visits to the brick and mortar tutoring center location, and the town of Fairfax definition of a tutoring center found in the town code and listed above may no longer describe the business known as the TLC Tutoring Center operating at 1613 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Now therefore be it resolved that the town council of the town of Fairfax hereby finds and determines as follows. The above recitals are incorporated as town findings. The council hereby waives the requirement for a 300-foot buffer around tutoring center as defined in the town code section 17.110.020 for commercial cannabis storefront retail businesses. The application filed by Martin Kaufman for a commercial cannabis business permit is hereby approved for a proposed medical cannabis storefront retail and delivery only adult use retail business from 1601 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard in the highway commercial CH zone. The foregoing resolution was adopted at a regular meeting of the town council held on the third day of September in 2025 by the following vote. Would somebody like to second that motion?
I have a question about that. I'm glad you read the whole thing, but when you get to the one part on one thing where you said we're waiving the 300 feet, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. At the same time, you had to say TLC was an operating business. I don't agree with that.
It didn't say that.
It
What
doesn't
it,
say that. No, it doesn't.
it says, what it says is it has changed from when the town ordinance authorizing blah, blah, blah.
And
This change has resulted in more students receiving instruction online as opposed to in person. The online tutoring services offered by TLC Tutoring Center provides parents the options of avoiding visits to the brick and mortar tutoring center location, which has, we've been told by Ms. Zaleski. The town of Fairfax's definition of a tutoring center found in the town code and listed above may no longer describe the business known as the TLC Tutoring Center operating at 1613.
That's the one I object.
It's may. It's not, does not describe it. It's may no longer describe it. If there's
It
uncertainty.
doesn't say does not, it says may.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, does someone want to,
Difference to me.
does someone want to second that?
I'll second.
So that was a motion by Councilmember Kohler and a second by Vice Mayor Hellman. Councilmember Ager.
You know, it's interesting how this resolution has appeared all typed and prepared and the hearing didn't even end. It's still going on. Interesting how that happened. But anyway, Councilmember Eager votes no.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
I don't like the way that resolution's worded. I do want to be fair to the applicant. I think that resolution says we're not acknowledging that TLC is a tutoring center. So what is it? We're waiving waiving it, or it's not a tutoring center?
It just
Mike-
says may.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment? You have it right
Yeah,
in front of you.
I want to take that number 3 out. of
Number
it.
3 is the one that actually you want to leave in because it says may no longer describe the business. It doesn't say that it doesn't describe it, doesn't say that it doesn't meet the definition. There's another option here of a resolution.
Let's not go there.
That
Let's
kind of-
answer this
so
question.
That's the wobbler. The may is the
Okay,
wobbler.
so it says may. Where do you want to go?
I don't like the resolution, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay,
Councilmember Kohler,
yes.
Vice Mayor Hillman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
So there's no way we can change that language to make it more acceptable to Mr. Councilmember Golden.
I think that language is what gives you, we're not making a decision about whether or not they meet the definition in the code.
Okay.
It may or it may not. And so we're not making that decision. What we're saying is that there are factors that lead us to believe that waiving that requirement is the best thing to do.
So can I just clarify, because it is confusing, Mike? The other alternative resolution, one of the other alternatives was to support the applicant, and say, TLC, you're no longer operating, like judging TLC, right? Saying you're not in business, right? And this is it creates
I understand.
uncertainty or ambiguity related to that.
I understand.
So what do you want to change to make it?
Well, I don't want to change anything now. I already made my vote.
Okay.
If someone else wants to change it, I already already said to take it out, but they said to leave it in. So that's what prompted me to say no.
Yes. Okay, I'm just going to say yes.
We take a break.
Yes. Can we take?
Motion passes.
Okay. So we're going to move on now to, I'm just going to note that it's 9:13. So we are going to move on to discussing charter cities. So the item is to discuss transitioning to charter cities. This was continued from the June 4th, 2025 council meeting. So do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. Christine will pull that up for me. I'll give it just a second. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll just get started while we get that connected, because much of this we actually covered in the previous meeting. So today we are talking about charter city consideration. The purpose of this discussion is to explore the potential transition to a charter city and provide direction to staff on whether to proceed with further analysis and outreach. So as we discussed previously, what is a charter city? A charter city operates under a city-specific charter. So essentially a local constitution. It can provide greater control over municipal affairs, such as elections, taxation, and contracting. And it is charter city is still subject to state and federal laws on matters of statewide concern. So at the annual goal setting meeting that we had with the council, there was discussion about charter city, and I asked the question, what were the specific goals in mind for the charter city so that I could bring back more information about how you could reach those goals. And the answers were 3. The option to directly elect a mayor, flexibility in housing regulations, and the potential for enhanced revenue via local taxes.
Looks like we're on.
We're on? Okay, I am on slide 5. Good. Okay. So previously we talked about some of the potential benefits of becoming a charter city, and I'm not going to read these through for you. You can see them, and this will be also posted on the website after the meeting. In the next slide, I'm just using this as a reminder that we talked about the limitations of a charter city in allowing housing autonomy. So that was one of the stated goals. But as we discussed previously, the state has made many actions to try to make sure that they can enforce both on charter cities and general law cities. Next slide. We talked previously about legal and financial considerations, and I just want to point out here that we estimated, it's only an estimate, but we estimated that the cost.
Can you guys advance the slides? And also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Heather, but it's a little bit freezing in here. Do we have to have the air conditioning at 50?
I think it's maybe just the outside air. And we are caught up on
Great,
slides.
thank
So
you.
we're going to go to the next one because I just wanted to point out we thought the cost would be at least $50,000 to $100,000 for the project of bringing a charter city forward. And on the next slide, I had talked about the transition process, and with the number of steps that need to be done, we were advised that it would probably take at least 18 months to go from our general law city now to a charter city. So in the next slide, I wanted to also remind us all that there would be a robust community engagement process that would be needed because a charter city needs to be voted on by the people. Next slide. At the last meeting that we talked about charter cities, mentioned 3 local jurisdictions who have recently tried to become a charter city, and none of these charter attempts were successful. And all of those were focused very specifically on increasing revenue for the city due to deficits that they had. Next slide, please. So this is where I started to add to the slides, and you saw that in the staff report that I added a lot of information about what revenues could potentially be generated as a result of becoming a charter city. And so while it might cost somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 to accomplish that in about 18 months, the potential revenue from a 2-step process, essentially, which is you have to have a vote that there can be a charter, that Fairfax will become a charter city. That's a vote of the people. And you also have to have a vote of the people that the real property transfer tax is approved. And we can talk more about whether you can do that at the same time or those are 2 separate elections. But basically, those 2 things have to be approved by the voters. And so on the next slide, what I wanted to point out to you is that, and in the staff report, this provides even more detail, but we looked at what the average home sale is in Fairfax, which right now is about $1.2 million. So that's the average home sale. And Fairfax currently does receive some revenue from the county's documentary transfer tax, and it is 55 cents per $1,000 of value. So right now, if a home in Fairfax sells for $1.2 million, Fairfax gets that documentary transfer tax through the county of $600 for that $1.2 million home sales. Is that clear? Okay. And so we looked at a model in the Bay Area, another city that used the charter city and real property transfer tax to significantly improve their financial position, and that was in El Cerrito. They passed a charter, and they also passed a real property transfer tax of $12 per $1,000 of value. So you can see the huge delta in tax value there. And so if Fairfax had approved that $12 per 1,000, then on that $1.2 million average house, Fairfax would receive $14,000. So you can see the difference in terms of what that might do. And so then we looked at, and I'll go to the next slide. This is a chart that really just shows the fiscal years. So you see that fiscal year 20 to 21, those are very standard years. And then the actual real estate sales within Fairfax, these are reported to us by the county. And then you'll see in the third column to the right, the amount that Fairfax received through that documentary transfer tax. And on the then fourth column to the right, the final column, what Fairfax would have received if it had gotten the $12 per $1,000 of value. And I want to point out in this chart that those three top years are pandemic years, and Fairfax benefited greatly from work from home policies and people being able to move here out of the city. And so our property sales were very high in those pandemic years. And I believe that those last 3 years represent a more normal sales activity, if you will. And so just looking at round numbers, these are just rough estimates. If Fairfax were to vote to approve a charter and vote to approve a transfer tax, a real property transfer tax, similar to what El Cerrito did do, then you'd be able to generate another approximately $1 million per year, which you could use for road repairs, whatever it is that the council chooses. That would certainly be significant, but it would not, 100%. It wouldn't resolve our road issues here in Fairfax, but it would be significant. So I'll go to the next slide, which is the final slide. And really, our recommendation is to just discuss the information presented and provide direction to me, whether you'd like to continue exploring the charter city idea, if you need more information, or whether you're satisfied or want to, set a date into the future that you'd like to talk about this again. And you could always do that, via the future agenda items or continue this item today. So with that, I'll conclude my report and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions from council?
On the property tax transfer, is that more money that comes out of the seller's fee or sale, or is that money that would normally go to the county instead?
Oh, I see. That is a very good question. So the way that El Cerrito wrote theirs is that either the seller or the buyer can pay that amount, but it is new money, if you will. It is not coming from something that's already paid to the to the county. It's additional tax. Some jurisdictions view that positively in that, those are folks who are, probably benefiting from appreciation in their property value, leaving the community. That's really up to you.
So, thank you for putting Belvedere on there. I had been talking to the council members when they put this up in 2023, and it was specifically to harden more their seawall because of climate change, but also because they tend to have right now quite a lot of water influence, which is impacting property values. And did you get a sense in talking to Robert Zadnick, the town manager? I know it failed miserably. And did you get a sense of what the vote was on that? Because I know my friends on that council said it failed miserably. And Belvedere, which is the wealthiest city in all of Marin, they wouldn't pay for it.
You're absolutely right. And I don't have the percentage of figures in front of me of how many people voted for it versus not. But my impression was that the council and the staff are not anticipating bringing that up anytime in the near future, ever.
Okay.
I have a question on the, you could vote to be a charter city, but you don't necessarily have to put a vote up for that.
Right. So you could be you're absolutely right. You could be a charter city because you want to enact different election dates or other things like that. And you wouldn't have to do the transfer tax. The reason I bring this up today is that those three objectives or those three goals for looking at charter city, one was the directly elected mayor. That didn't seem to, get much traction in the council after we talked about it. It didn't come up again, and we didn't get any direction to pursue that any further. And I should mention that you don't necessarily need a charter to have a directly elected mayor. If you want a strong mayor, which has powers above the other council members, then you need a charter. And then the second motivation, if you will, that the council talked about for considering charter city when we were in the annual planning goals retreat was housing law autonomy. And we talked a lot about, where those different cases are. And I did want to point out that we are working on scheduling a special meeting for a housing laws update so the council and all of the community can hear that. But that also wasn't a bright, clear path towards the goal that was stated. And then the third goal that was stated was revenue generation. And I think that had to do with funding road repair. So I wanted to bring that forward before, and you had asked about it last time.
Does a council have more power than currently this one has? For instance, when there was a town administrator in this town years ago when I was on the council, and then eventually was changed to town manager, it seemed like council had more say in certain things. In a charter city, they have more or less involvement than they have today?
In terms of housing law or
No,
in
in terms of hiring,
regard?
Interviews, staffing, things like that.
So he's basically,
Because
when there was a town administrator, it's
Right.
different because the staff or the department heads report to the council, and that's not something you do with a charter city, correct?
Right. So you don't, it's just a different form of government. And so when you have a town administrator or a county administrator, we used to have a county administrator in Marin, and we now have a county executive. So when you have an administrator form, then there are department heads that are also reporting to the elected body. So there is a layer of government that becomes political appointees, whereas right now you have only two appointees, and that is the town manager and the town attorney. And then the form of government, which is the council manager form, which you currently have, then it's the town council hires and fires the town manager and the town attorney. The town manager is then responsible for managing the staff. And so by doing that, then you relieve the electeds of those administrative duties, and the electeds focus on the policy, and whatever policy you establish, then that's my charge to make sure the staff is implementing.
So I have a question just going back to, I mean, I think these days the real estate transfer tax, given interest rates high, people trying to make as much money out of their houses if they're retiring, is probably not very popular. But, you mentioned that if this was done, it would bring in about $1 million, which you said was significant for roads. My recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we looked at, 16 miles of roads, and at that time, the estimate was 36 million, and we opted to go for half, 18 million. And I'm assuming that if we looked at roads today with the tariffs and all kinds of things that have really changed over time, those estimates would be, even higher. So my question, and plus roads have deteriorated, but do you really think $1 million is significant? I mean, I think in the context of roads, it's not. I mean, for me, $1 million is a lot of money, but
I mean, it's significant in terms of it's like,
it's
almost
not
10% increase of our, operating budget.
Yeah.
Right? So, but yeah, in the context of pavement, no, scenic road was $700,000 a couple years ago. So,
No, and we
Yeah.
looked at 36 million for 16 miles, and now it would be even more. But so it would be a step up, but it wouldn't be really a lot of money.
Yes, and just to be clear, staff is not making a recommendation. We're completely neutral on this, trying to just provide you information. But it would be every year. So if your recommendation, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it's been about a year. But if the recommendation was to spend at least $3 million a year forever to repair roads, and you were able to bring in $1 million a year for with this method, I would call that significant, but as you mentioned, not nearly enough. And it's a significant, people would have to vote for this, and we don't know how people might feel about it.
Thank you.
One thing, you wouldn't be tied to all these state mandates on who to hire, how much to pay for it. You would get so much more money out of that $1 million because you're not tied to these laws. By the way, let me state for the record that if everyone in this community, we're always talking about housing affordable and this and that, if everybody had to pay as much as the government does for housing and all the road work and all that stuff, it's about 10 times more money than the outside world. The government contracts, the government's mandates by the unions, everyone involved, at the end of the day, whatever they tell you you have to pay for something, Firehouse is a good example. On the outside world, you can do it for, 5 times less, way less. No one gets paid that much on the outside world, except when it's a government contract.
But there's still,
So that's the problem with what we do here, is we pay double, triple, quadruple for everything. So we get no bang for our buck because they tell you every single thing you have to do and how much to pay. And quite frankly, nobody could afford it. And neither can the taxpayers, by the way, because we talk about, oh, the government's the town of Fairfax. Who is the government? Who is the town of Fairfax? It's the taxpayers. So we're overcharging them everything because of all these rules and regulations and how much you have to pay and this and that. Nobody could afford it. If you had to build a regular home like that, a home that costs 1.2 million today would cost you 2.4 million if you had to follow the rules of the government.
but
Are you
I
asking?
don't think a charter necessarily, it changes. For example, you don't necessarily have to do prevailing wage
Right.
on everything, but there are still other rules. And I guess I'm a supporter of unions. But I have another question that goes back to sort of, there's something in the charter that if you wanted to do your own election process, like ranked choice. My question is, I don't know that we would want to do that. And frankly, I still don't understand it. But wouldn't the county not do our elections for us? We would have to set our own elections. Like we would have to actually run our own elections.
Yes, that's a very good point. Is with great freedom comes great responsibility, right? And so, yeah, we could establish our own rules and our own elections, and we would be responsible for that. The county is not set up to do ranked choice voting, for example, and they're not planning to change that with or without our input. And then if I may just respond to Councilmember Girangeli's comment, it's correct that having a charter city could allow you to, not use unions or not do the living wage. Fairfax typically has elected, the council has chosen to approve not only the basic of what the state requires, but even more. We have our own living wage, for example, in Fairfax.
For everyone that lives in Fairfax?
No, sir, for people who are paid
Who
by
work
the
for the
town.
government that
Yeah.
gets paid by our
Right.
taxes.
And-
Thank you.
Yeah, and we've frequently had people get up and speak in public comment and say they wanted to add that onto a requirement for, whatever policy we adopt. So I think it's been relatively popular with people in town. Councilmember Egger.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's driving this? 5 charter cities down south litigated the state over Senate Bill 9 that the state of California said applied to charter cities. It went through the process. The Attorney General, Rob Bonta, represented the state, and Pam Lee represented the charter cities down there. The charter cities prevailed. They won the case. The judge down there in LA County declared Senate Bill 9 was unconstitutionally applied to charter cities, number one. And number two, the state had to pay $271,000 to cover the charter cities' costs and fees. Attorney General Rob Bonta appealed that decision. The appeal was filed by Bonta, and it's been briefed by both the Attorney General and Pam Lee. And they're waiting upon a court date to be set for oral arguments down there. The case is before, it's in the 2nd District, the 4th Division, so we can track that down there and see what's going on. The League of California Cities filed briefs supporting the charter cities. If in fact Fairfax became a charter city, the county would run our election for us. I'm recommending that we continue this item until the second appellate district has issued a ruling on the litigation. There's probably no sense in going forward until we know whether or not the state's going to have full control over charter cities. So I'm just suggesting that we just continue this until such time as there's a decision down there, and I'm sure our town attorney can monitor what's going on down there in the second appellate division 4.
Do you want a
Councilmember
second
Cole?
on that continuance?
I'm sorry.
Did you make a motion? I could second that.
I would so move that we continue this item until there's been a determined. Well, let's have the public needs to speak probably on it.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we hear from?
I think we need to have the public speak.
Before we have a move.
Okay, so is there any other questions or comments at this point before we go to public comment? Nope. Okay, let's go to public comment. Oh, so I'm sorry. Can I get a quick comment from Town Manager Abrams? Yes.
Councilmember Egger, you're correct. The county would run our elections if we stayed consistent with what we're already doing, what they do for us. If we were to choose something different, for example, ranked choice voting, they have told us that they will not be able to support.
I'm not suggesting that at all.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're moving to public comment.
Todd Chamber, downtown Fairfax. This is obviously a changing landscape. As Councilman Egger just indicated, there's something going on in the state appellate court. And as this report indicates on page 5, Huntington Beach is seeking review by the U.S. Supreme Court. So I would concur with what he just stated, that this should be continued as things evolve, but I would suggest that each of you and the town manager make a regular study of this and perhaps consider as a mayor putting it on the agenda for an update, perhaps without a vote, to keep people informed, because you are going to need backing of the public, as is indicated in this report. The issues are complicated, and even charter cities, some have difficulties, as Oakland does with its administration, just as Fairfax does with its town manager and the form of government. What should happen on a higher priority basis, in my opinion, is this council should have an agenda item as soon as possible to move back to a council administrator form of government, because the costs are out of control here. The reports aren't accurate. I can point out in the finance report coming up major inaccuracies. Perhaps the finance director, if he's listening, will chime in and correct those before I have to correct them for the public. It's also misguided to think.
Thank you. Next, please.
Deb London. I support what Todd said, and Mr. Garangelli's comments. And I would definitely vote to pursue this subject of charter cities. 121 cities can't be all wrong. And if it would eliminate the all-powerful position of town manager, you yourself have stated, everything must go through me. Something's wrong with that. And we need an administrator model. And perhaps the town council should have more power. Whatever we can do to move off this, what at times seems to be a dictatorship run by the town manager. 121 cities cannot be wrong. Is there a way to get some reviews from these cities, from some of our sister cities that have a lot in common with us, or at least something in common with us? There needs to be significant changes in the way this town is run. I don't think we should be afraid of pursuing the charter city platform. Again, 121 cities cannot be wrong. I still have a minute and 59. Okay.
What's going on with our
I'm out.
timer?
But I think that Todd is definitely Todd. Yeah,
I'm going to start.
Nothing's right. I'm good, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll run my little timer here if that's what we need to do. Okay. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak on this issue? Okay. What about online?
We have 2 callers on Zoom. The first speaker is Holly, followed by Michael. Holly, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Oh, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I just want to point out with the transfer tax, it doesn't seem to be very popular among, everyone there. But looking at El Cerrito is an interesting choice, considering that San Rafael is a charter city that has a transfer tax, much more modest at $2.50 per 1,000. So on a $1.2 million sale, a transfer tax of $12 would come out to, I believe, $14,400 versus $3,000 if you use the San Rafael metric. And this would be, if again, you follow El Cerrito and other areas in the East Bay, this is typically split 50-50 between buyer and seller because it is so high. But you're looking at then $7,200 coming out of pocket. It's not typically you can roll it into a loan, but it's not whatever. You don't want to really necessarily have to do that. Anyway, so it's an additional $7,200 that a buyer would have to pay in an already very expensive market. And an additional $7,200 coming out of the seller's pocket, although they could move that around from the proceeds of their sale. Even if the buyer were to get a credit from the seller for that cost, that would take away from any potentially negotiating that they would do to take out, lower their other closing costs or repairs on the home. And I just would consider a smaller one if you consider one at all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael, and he's the last caller. Michael, you are unmuted. You may wait.
Okay.
Michael, you may now unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was just saying it's really rare when I see the prior speakers so eloquently and correctly and completely address this subject. I wholeheartedly agree with Todd, Deb, and the last woman who spoke. I would start by saying we're going into a period of uncertainty, and I'm certain a recession. If you start adding to our modest homes another $14,000 that will come out of the sales price, that'll be borne by the buyer or the seller, but it's going to reduce and hurt our community. I agree, anything we can do to put the authority back into the council would certainly benefit the town of Fairfax instead of having one person who, in my opinion, obfuscates and opaquely operates behind the scenes. But again, if you just look at the tax implication, if you really brought forth $14,000 in 1.2 transfer, you're going to knock people out of Fairfax. You want to look at reducing our taxes. You want to looking at what Michael said, a greater bang for our buck so we get more out of it and not waste our money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
We have one more speaker, Cindy. Cindy, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hi. Yeah, this is Cindy Ross again. I don't know what just happened. Somehow I got unmuted before when Michael was talking. Something got messed up, but it made me realize that I just do have a quick comment. I kind of agree with what other people have said. I mean, but I'm a little bit confused about the purpose of becoming a charter city. I mean, I understand some of the issues around housing and things like that, and things that might have to do with managing and running the town. But like Michael McIntosh just said, I think it's ridiculous to talk about doing something like a transfer tax. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like what good is it going to do for me as a citizen of Fairfax if if I sell my home, I have to pay more for it. It's like it defeats the whole purpose. So I just want to make sure that instead of spinning our wheels, we're actually doing something that's for the benefit of the people of the town and not even considering anything that has to do with how the citizens have to pay more for the town to give us certain things that we need or something like that. Anyway, I just right now I'm just kind of thinking I don't understand where we're going with this whole charter city thing, and I feel like it's kind of a waste of time in a way. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers. Oh, sorry. We have one more raised hand.
Okay, great.
Jenny, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thanks. You cannot hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I just want to weigh in as a voice of the public, along with Cindy and Michael, actually, for different reasons, that I do think that this charter city exploration is a consideration that without a plan shouldn't be considered. Like becoming a charter city there are so many unknowns that I don't think I can personally entertain it because no one's told me what it means for Fairfax that's good. Councilmember Girangeli has hinted at the possibility of getting more for less because we won't be having to fulfill contracts using union labor or at typical expense levels that governments are often having to pay to make sure things are done properly. I don't see those as legitimate reasons to pursue this. And I don't agree that a charter city at this point would become something against that we could use as a cudgel in order to resist SB 9. Thank you.
Thanks.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so bringing it back, unless there are any other comments, we did have sort of a start of a motion. I did want to just say a couple of things. I mean, the transfer tax sounded interesting. It seems like something that on top of, it's like enough money to pay for another police position or something. We already did that though. It's more than enough. But in terms of roads, it seems like a lot. If we were going to do it for a transfer tax, it seems like a lot of money and time spent to try to get a transfer tax that was relatively small. It would be something that you would layer on top of, I think, a road bond, which is what you really need to not go deeper into debt due to worsening road conditions. So, I mean, I just sort of feel like we'd be better off with a road bond for the revenue aspect. The thing that I do like about charter cities, but it could be done under another auspice that maybe wasn't as labor intensive and expensive, is that, I really like the idea that there might be visioning sessions on what we want town government to be like in the future. I just want to put a pin in that for later, that's a nice strategy. You know, I've seen other people also do that around having sort of community budgeting workshops. So, you know, there are positive things. I'm just not sure we're at where we need to be right now in terms of discussing this further. So if people have more to say or want to go on and do the motion that got started.
I just want to say one thing. 121 cities could be wrong. Check out Bell. Bell is a charter city. How many city council members went to jail over what happened in Bell? Why don't you look that one up? So it's not all gravy, but I think Councilmember Egger made a motion, which I seconded, which is to continue this.
Yes, the motion was to continue the discussion about charter towns until the second appellate court, the second appellate district, Division 4 is issued a ruling on charter cities versus the state of California.
Second.
I already seconded mine. I seconded before.
All right.
We have a
So-
motion from Councilmember Ager and a second from Councilmember Kohler.
And a third from Councilmember.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler, Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're just about to hit 10 o'clock, so we're going to have to
Make a
move.
motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule.
I'll second it. Okay, I'm going to let you second it. So that's a motion by Kohler and a second by Garangeli.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Oh.
Yes.
into the microphone, please, Councilmember Garangeli.
He did.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. All right. Moving on, we are now going to the consent calendar. And again, I will read the rules for the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action vote. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment on items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once. Okay, so does anybody at this point want to pull anything off of the consent calendar?
I'd just like to make a comment. I do not want to pull anything from 2 items on the consent.
Okay, so far I have a comment coming from Kohler, from Hellman, and are you indicating?
Well, I'm going to pull some stuff off, but
Okay, so we're going to get
I'm
you off
just
that.
waiting.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'll make sure to not move ahead.
You were first.
Well, why don't we hear should we hear what Councilmember Garangeli wants to pull first?
Okay, let's listen to
I'm
that.
going to pull too. So.
Okay, so let's go to Councilmember Garangeli and then Councilmember Egger, and then we will move to Councilmember Hellman and Councilmember Kohler.
You called my name.
That's his name. Stop calling his name.
Yes, I'd like to pull off, of all things, the staff report, Fairfax Town Council meeting. I'm sorry, the council members' assignments and committees. I want to pull that off. I want to talk about it for a second. I also want to do I want to talk about the housing report.
Hey, you probably want
Number
to say the
3E,
number.
3E. And on behalf, 3A, and the last one would be 3D, the most. Those four items, I'd like to talk about them.
Okay, and so we've got 3B, 3E, and 3D.
He said A as well. He said A, B, D, and E.
Okay, so A, B, D, and E, right? I've got that right. Okay, what about Councilmember Egger?
And item number C, the minutes. That'll be quick.
Okay, so we are now going to pull A, B, C, D, and E for discussion. So let's move on to comments from Hellman and then Kohler, and then we are going to have to vote on whatever's left of the consent calendar and then move on to those items after public comment. Thank you.
Just want to ask Christine, do we need a motion to pull those items and then a vote? I'm not sure the process.
It's not the practice of the council
Okay.
to vote on polling items.
Okay, well then that's fine.
Right, we're letting
We'll
anybody.
make a motion to approve the other items.
We could take a vote to approve the other items. I think that
But not
council
yet.
member.
Let's do that now because
Hellman
I
and
don't think I'm going
Kohler.
to stay past 11.
So you don't want to make a comment anymore before?
No, I do want to make a comment, but I would be in favor of voting on the other items.
Okay,
is that
well,
a
I
motion?
have a comment on two of the items that weren't pulled.
Same.
Okay.
Same.
All right, so you guys want to make your comment and then we'll have a motion.
Or
to-
why don't we just go to public comment and then we can make those comments?
Okay, so then we're going to get a public comment first and then you guys will make your comments. Does that sound good? Okay, so let's do public comment on consent and please remember that items A, B, C, D, and E, I believe, have
Yes.
all been pulled.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Yeah, it's nice to see things that should have been on the regular agenda being pulled. I'd also like to pull item G, because when I started to look through that report, number one, it's not very realistic, especially in the climate from Washington, to keep putting more strain on the electric grid than it can handle. What we're seeing is more coal being burnt, nuclear energy plants being recommissioned, not decommissioned like we've been paying for years. We see nothing in that report about going to the CPUC and reversing the true up charges that make putting in solar economically unfeasible, and also the trying to promote policies that have been ruled illegal by California courts as far as forcing people to use electric appliances instead of gas. So I think that this item really needs to be pulled and it needs to be discussed, and the person who put it together should be here for it. That's all I have on that.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room?
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax, pointing out some simple facts that happen time and time again here as a matter of construction, papers fell. There are 11 items that are being obscured and made difficult to reference on the consent calendar versus only 2 on the regular agenda. It becomes very hard for people to keep track when you go A through E. It's a waste of everyone's time. It's purposeful obfuscation. Please change the consent calendar back to numbered items and think about having controversial items on the regular agenda so you don't have to wait till the end of the evening and don't have to pull these. That being said, I do have some comments here. I suppose all the items that I want pulled have been pulled. Thank you. I would like to be able to comment on each item that has been pulled as it comes up. There are numerous errors in the financial statements reports here.
Okay, so that's been pulled, so wait, and you'll have an opportunity.
Okay. As far as the overall consent calendar, I think I've addressed what needs to be addressed other than what has been pulled and what Mr. Bell commented on, other than what has previously been commented in the past that there are so many things we could have proclamations for. Did you get all of them this time? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone online?
There is one speaker online. Michael, you're unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Okay, I believe you can hear me.
Yes.
Again, I think the council has a wonderful opportunity tonight if you listen to the people speaking. I think Mark Bell did a wonderful job pointing out things we all need to consider. Todd has also added again very valid comments. My comment to the consent calendar has always been it should be for those ministerial things that are unimportant that we don't need to waste our time on discussing renewing the phone bill, renewing the insurance. But as both prior speakers spoke, when there's a controversial item, especially like for most, and for our climate regarding the solar panels that Mark brought up, these are really opportunities for the council to represent the community and discuss these things to educate and bring the community along so we can all make a very good decision. And when you put these things on a consent calendar, maybe 10, maybe 20 items in the past, I know I've seen 18, and you give us 2 minutes total time to speak, you are really taking away our opportunity to speak, our opportunity to try to educate the council if they don't know things. And from the errors that come up, many times we all don't know something. So I would encourage you to listen to the prior two speakers and all these controversial items, put them on the regular agenda so the general public has the opportunity of participating in a meaningful way in our community. Thank you very much.
Great. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great. So we're going to bring it back.
I'll go first. First of all, I want to mention something. I sit on a lot of boards and commissions, which you can see from my report. Most of them have consent with letters, not numbers. And that's actually sort of standard practice in my view. But regardless, I provided some detailed comments to staff, but on G and H, which are the climate action items, the big ticket one is that the CAP, the Climate Action Plan, and I've raised this in the past, has a 5-year roadmap to achieve zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. That's 5 years from now. We're not even close to that. And particularly now with the Trump administration, we just saw that they canceled a big wind project up north. There's a lot changing. So I believe San Anselmo's cap or endpoint is 2045. I'd like the Climate Action Committee to really look at what is realistic. I think we'll look silly by 2030. We're not even close now. We're not even halfway there. So let's come up with something that's more realistic that we can actually achieve. And, things will change in the future and the federal administration. But right now, there's a lot of things stopping. So I think we ought to look at that. I also think some of the measures are a bit heavy-handed. And I raised these when the cap was adopted again in 2021. And some of the things we don't have jurisdiction over. So I pointed out some of those, but I'd really like us to look at what's a realistic goal to reach zero emissions. And I think, this could be a vision, but 2030 is 5 years away. That's my comment. Thank you.
Should we add it to all the other stuff we pulled out?
No, I'm just providing comment.
Okay, well, yeah, it's
I'd
a lot
hate
of
to
comment.
vote on all
Well,
the
if
other things.
if you didn't pull it, we're done with that.
Okay, so, all right. There's extensive comments, which is usually not what you do on consent calendar, but it's okay.
I've done it before and it was one comment.
Okay, Councilmember Heller. I'm just trying to be fair because some people are pulling them because they want to talk about them more, and some people are just commenting on them, and it's kind of hard to know what's the right way to go. So, Councilmember Heller.
My brief comment is as follows. I just really wanted to recognize Bridget for her work in general, but specifically putting together the Climate Action Progress Report and the annual action plan. I'm just so impressed with her, and the CAC obviously is the best in the county. But yeah, and I'll take your comments back as liaison to that committee. But yeah, I just wanted to recognize her work because she does work so hard, and it's such a robust, impressive report. Both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have a motion for this part of what's left of the consent calendar?
I'd make a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar, which is F, G, H, I, J, and K.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Kohler for items F through K on the consent calendar. A second from Councilmember Garangelli. Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so moving along, we're going to go back to item 3A, which is financial statement and disbursement reports for July 2025. So if council members can make their comments on that and get whatever answers they need, that would be great.
Do you want to take public comment?
3A, which is, well, we can take public comment. That's true.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Questions now or public comment? Right. A question? Okay. On the wall property rehab.
Okay, we're looking at item A first. You pulled that first. Are you on the
It's in the
financial?
financial, isn't it?
No, there's a separate item on the wall.
It's, yeah, I know, but in the financial, it says wall property rehab. I
Okay.
had a question about it. I'm sorry, let me see. That page is 5 of 5 at the bottom, it says. So, yeah. And it says at the top, it's income statement summary.
Yep.
If you just please explain the $545,000 explain that number to me and what it's for. And it says what it's for, but I want to understand it better.
This was approved in the budget. That is the budget for this project. We had $500,000, which was given us by most, which we use on the property, and there's 45,000 from Measure A, which was also added to it. So that's a total budget of 545,000. There's been nothing spent against it. It's only
Okay.
showing that
Well, I was
there's
just
budget
curious
and budget
about it.
remaining.
Is there a number expected that it's going to cost to what it says wall property rehab? What's the purpose of the money?
Let me step into that because I was very involved in this. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the property to prevent some landslides. So when we were doing the work with MOS, we asked them to raise additional funds so that the town wouldn't have to incur those costs. But that's something that Kristen will be working on, our Public Works Director, very soon with our engineers to start that work very soon. So it's expensive.
Right. And so I'm going to make one comment on the whole project. First of all, as like everyone else in town, I was very happy to participate in the fundraising and the wall property. And, you know, everyone had different levels of participation. It was an amazing effort, lots of money raised, and you have it. We were looking at a small problem up, well, it's a big problem actually, but the little piece of land up, I think, it's a Redwood, I'm not sure the name of the street, and the PG&E, you know, the accident, and we were all concerned about the liability of that property. It's not that big, right? So I'm concerned about the liability of the wall property, the maintenance, the insurance, the potential liabilities. And I'm just wondering, is it a long-term plan for us to keep that property, or is it we're trying to get it off our hands and does the county or something so we don't have the liability?
Let me just answer this. So the county would not take the property. They're willing to maintain the roads. We worked very hard to see if they would take the property into the open space district. They would not. But we specifically wanted to make sure the town would not have to incur additional costs to stabilize key areas of that property. So that's why the fundraising went higher, to make sure that we wouldn't have to come up with $500,000. So yeah, we were worried about that. And we really wanted the county to take it into open space district. I did an incredible amount of research. I met with supervisors. Councilmember Cutrano did an incredible amount of work. Most did an incredible amount of work. They would not take it.
Right. And I think we've had extensive discussions both in closed session and on the dais about the wall property and our concerns about liability and how we would manage it and how we would manage it if the county wouldn't take it. So there's been quite a lot on that. It's been a long journey. Other questions before we go to public comment? Mr. Egger, are you?
On the money?
On the
Financials?
Yes, yes.
I'm on page 2 of 9. And I was looking at the legal, and so for our town attorney, there's nothing showing for this month for legal. Is that correct?
2 of 5?
2 of 9 is a detail of the checks. So if you look under the first report, which is summary, and look at town attorney, nothing was spent in July. She may have had work, but we didn't get a bill and didn't pay it during July.
So I was looking at the legal costs. That's all. So town attorney, so it shows nothing for July.
Right.
Okay. And then on page boy, it's kind of hard to read. Page 2 of 9, it shows the Marin County District Attorney's Office, $2,300. Is that legal work the DA's office is doing for us, or are we ordering some services from the DA's office? I'm just wondering what that is.
Councilmember Aker, I know you said 2 of 9, but can you?
So in the checks, there's a check for $2,300 to the Marin County District Attorney's Office.
Sorry.
Page 2 of 9 in the back.
Got it. I just need a minute to catch up. Yeah, it has a case number. I can certainly get back to you and get you that detail.
Okay, I'm just going over legal costs. That's all. So I was just wondering what that was. I mean, I had no idea why we're paying the DA's office unless they're handling something for us.
Yes, it would be through PD, certainly, but I can get that detail for you.
Okay, and then there was another one in here. It was the law firm that handles our police issues.
Bertrand?
I hide it someplace. Bertram,
Yes.
and it was, Bertram Fox, here it is, 2,200. And so that's an ongoing legal case that.
Yes, that would be.
It's a police issue.
Yes.
Okay. And then go down to Best and Krieger, who it's 54,283. We haven't seen any bills, but because there's ongoing litigation, at some point will we see what that 54,000 is? What cases it's going to?
I'll start if you don't mind, Councilmember Ager. So, if you remember in July, we had a closed session and we had a list of like 7 cases, right? So each of those cases get billed out. And then once the case is settled, we could provide that information about how much was spent, but no cities ever, as the case is rolling through, provide detail like that to the public, which, this is a public forum.
They represented us on the encampments in the park.
That's one of
That's a great-
that's one of the
That's one
seven
of several
cases.
cases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lignito was another case. There were a number of cases.
Friedman.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sorgan.
So my questions are going to be about just different departments. Department 221, town clerk.
Can you say what page
Which
you're on?
page are you on?
I'm sorry, 3 of 15. It says it's really doesn't go in order, by the way. They're random numbers here.
Each one has a
Oh, well, they're not random then. Follow that advice. Okay, thank you. 3, for me, they look random. Okay, 3 of 15. Okay, so town clerk, $353,000 for the town clerk's position. How many people does that cover?
There's two positions.
2 positions. Okay, 353. Okay. On the finance, it says finance department. It says $439,000. How many people are in that department?
There's 2 full-time positions and there's some part-time staff, which includes the elected treasurer.
So like a, is that a half
It's a separate
position
department,
then?
sorry.
2.5? You said 2 plus what?
2 plus part-time.
Well, the elected treasurer gets $300 a month, so that's not a half of
It's
a
not,
person.
no, I'm not, there's part-time that is not the treasurer. The treasurer is in a separate
Anyway, it's
department.
2 people plus a little bit more.
It's like a student intern.
Okay. On the
et cetera.
planning, thank you. On the planning department, we have $923,000 in expenses. Most of this is salaries, right? Some of it's office supply. Anyway, how many people in that department?
Planning.
It
Yeah.
says here, Department 311, planning, $923,000.
Yeah, but regular salary.
Michael is showing me the
Regular
the bottom
salaries is
page
585.
28 of the budget, and that shows 4.5
4.5
positions in planning.
4.5 in planning,
Mhm.
okay. Building inspector and permits, $336,000. How many people in that department?
That's 1.25 and
1.25 people?
Mhm.
Okay. This is just for out there. Public Works Administration, 326,000. Is that one position or more than one position? That's,
I
by the
think
way, that's the
look in the-
Department 510 on page 5 of 15.
keep in mind these include, full cost.
I
Right.
totally, I got
Yeah.
it. Just the
So
total
that's,
cost, but yeah.
That's 0.9 of a position, so almost a full position.
Almost
Some
a
of the
full.
costs
Okay.
are carried elsewhere.
I'm almost finished.
Mhm.
On the street maintenance, that's got quite a few people there. That's 563,000. That's 4 people or 5 people?
No, that's only showing, it's $327,780 for persons, for personnel, everything associated with it. And that is 2.35 people.
Okay. Park maintenance is also part of the public works, right?
Yeah, so those 4 people as DPW crew members.
Yeah.
But in the budget, the way that Fairfax has always budgeted them is to divide them among their tasks. So for park maintenance, there are 1.25 FTEs assigned, and the personnel cost total is 246,412. And again, I want to just point out that includes regular salaries, part-time salaries, leave cash out, any overtime, health insurance,
total
workers'
cost.
comp,
Sure.
right, retirement,
That's true for
everything.
anybody, yeah. And
Yes.
there's your base salary, then there's all the other stuff that you are responsible for paying.
Correct.
Is okay. I think it might be, I don't know if this is possible, but when you do these departments I think it would be good for the public to see as well. If we could put right next to it, the questions I'm asking, the answers in the future, information that we get. I think it would be nice right next to the department if we saw how many people were working in that particular department. I have no more questions. I just kind of wanted to run through those particular ones that I saw, just so people can get an idea, what it costs to run our town.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. I want to just point out those numbers that you see 01411-496, that will get you. So if you find on your budget,
Well, I know you can match them up. I
Yeah.
understand that part.
Yeah.
But I'd rather just see it so you can actually see it when you're looking at it, rather than having to go back and forth. It seems to make sense to me. But anyway, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Egger, are you, Councilmember Egger?
One more question. The town clerk, you said 2 positions. Is that two full-time or is that 1.5?
Yeah, so that's 2 full-time positions. And if you recall, when Michelle Gardner was here as an employee, then we added another position. We had a few different versions of that. Before I got here, there was an shared services agreement that wasn't quite enough time. There wasn't quite enough support. So eventually the council adopted another position. So there's 2 positions there. So when Michelle was here, there was Michelle and Christine, and Michelle retired, and we did a recruitment and ended up promoting Christine and then recruiting in Genevieve, who is going to be going full-time soon.
So the elected clerk position that was filled, is there any cost with that position or no cost?
No, there's no cost to that position. That position does not receive any sort of stipend, whereas the treasurer does receive that, just $300 a month.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. So if we're ready, we can take public comment on the financials.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. There is a cost that is not reflected in this staff report showing actual cash flows, which is the liability created by a town clerk that does not show up and does not respond, or town clerks that do not respond properly to public inquiries, the many PRAs that are outstanding, different election processes that are not being conducted properly, etc. In the public comments, there is a letter from Deborah Benson bringing to the public's attention that in this staff report, the credit cards are not accounted for. Many other things are not accounted for properly. And that gives rise to a need for an expedited additional audit, whether you want to call it a forensic audit or a performance audit. There are things that are not being done properly here. I'll bring your attention to how the finance director just indicated, well, there wasn't an expense, and then it came up there was an expense related to the town attorney. Now, on page 2 of this report, which is labeled faintly down at the bottom, one of something, it's a blank spot on year-to-date town attorney billings. Well, it turns out if you turn to the check register, and this income statement summary is through 7/31/2025. If you turn to the check summary, Best and Krieger billed out the town attorneys at 54,283. Let me just finish this one sentence. And the town attorney public agency law billed out at 7/16/2025, a check was written for $28,910. There's many more things I can point out, but this is not being done properly.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bell?
It's kind of interesting because I talked to someone who works for a different law firm, and they do city and town attorney services. And he says he has to write down everything. If he spends 15 minutes on a case, he has to write down that he spent 15 minutes there. So how can we never get a truly itemized bill from any attorney ever? Why is it like, here's the amount, pay it? Why is it that we never see exactly what's going on? Give you an example. I can do websites. I'm at least 10 times slower than anybody who really knows what they're doing, if not more. So should I make 10 times the amount of money because it takes me so much more time? Again, no credit card register was in this report. And as Todd has pointed out, and as I have pointed out, we need a forensic accountant. I've talked to retired chief financial officers who were with profit and not-for-profit organizations. And when I tell them what goes on here, they're pretty aghast at what they see in practices. $360,000 for the clerk's position. Is that salaries alone? Does that include other expenses? How come we don't see an exact amount of what people are getting paid? What the salary is and what the benefit total is? Why don't we see that? How come we can't find it? It's like you're looking through something where, well, there's a range of this and there's a range of that, and then if it's this, it's going to be that. It makes no sense.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are two speakers online. The first speaker is Michael, followed by Deb. Michael, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. My entire life working with attorneys, we have always been required to provide billing generally to either 1/6 or 1/10 of an hour. It doesn't have to talk about the intimacy of what you keep private. You can certainly say that we have had discussions with these parties. There's agreements made. And the reason you do this on a progress basis so you can manage the litigation. If the council keeps their head in the sand and lets the attorneys run wild, you're going to get things like double the budget. You won't know what you're doing. You're not going to know how the money is being spent. This is flat out absurd, and it's not common practice. Everyone who provides the town a bill where our town is using public funds should be very clear, or they should not be paid. And if they have to redo it, we should not pay for that time. If you do not collect this information as you're going, how could you possibly manage litigation and decide that your choices are prudent for the town? And again, this is absurd. And I hope you listen to Mark because he made some very clear, salient points. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Deb, followed by Rick. Deb, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Christine. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive. At the beginning of these financial statements, Michael Vivret has stated that these don't reflect they're prepared on a cash basis, but they don't reflect the true state of, I'm rewording him, of the picture, because some of what is included is expenditure from the prior year that was due but not paid until this year. I I mean, we're talking about apples and oranges here. We're getting reporting at these meetings on supposedly a cash basis, but our whole system is set up on an accrual basis. So if we're looking at reporting that shows expenditures that actually have been reported in the prior year, what we're looking at means nothing. I don't understand how this can be. Also, I want to point out the fact we keep hearing over and over that the town treasurer is paid $300 a month. Well, the town treasurer also has benefits. Town treasurer has medical covered from what I see in the financial statements. So let's be clear on what's actually being paid to our town treasurer. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for hearing me.
The next speaker is Rick. Rick, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello again, Council and Mayor. I think that some of these accusations are really based on some shallow information. I sat in the office of the planning office today, and I was very impressed with the way they handled the questions facing them. And the expression would be worth every penny. I attended a city clerk or municipal clerk training session with one of the staff members, and that person was certainly with 100 other city clerks and just totally up to par. So I don't see why some folks in the public and even on the council are looking to reduce the workforce, and therefore we've reduced the service level. I think the service level is fine, and things cost money these days. That's the way it is. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else online? Okay, can we clarify that the town treasurer does not receive benefits?
There is no benefits in the treasurer position other than us paying workers' comp insurance, required retirement payment for PTS, which is a substitute for Social Security and is required for anybody who's not a PERS employee, and for Medicare. There is no health benefits. There's no other benefits other than the stipend of $300 per month.
Great, thank you. And, people seem to be confused about the post date and the payment date for various checks to Best and Krieger and public agency law. They're looking at page 2 of 9 and then referencing that back to somewhere something of 5. Is there some explanation for that discrepancy? What are they not seeing? When it says town attorney, I'm sorry, it's page 1 of 5, 300,000 current total budget and nothing in this period.
So while Michael looks for the right page, I just want to point out that these reports are what we paid in the month being reported. So if a vendor does not submit a bill in that month, you're not going to see it there. That's just, typical business.
Right, and I get that, and I think their concern is that it says that the post date was 6/30/2025 and the payment date was 7/16, and so they're saying, why isn't it in here if the period ended 7/31/2025? I think that's the question. Why is it not on page 1 of 5?
I'd have to look at that.
Okay, just curious. I don't want to belabor it. I think we can probably take a motion on it unless
I'll make a motion to approve item 3A.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Kohler to approve consent calendar item A and a second by Councilmember Garanghelli Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to the council members' assignments, committees, and activities in August 2025.
Yeah, I pulled that off. I'd like to say something about it. So a few times people have made a big deal out of the fact that I do not turn in a report on these council members' assignments, committees, and activities. Let's not confuse that with that. That means I don't do anything. In fact, I'm 24/7 on the job in Fairfax. And by the way, it's not a requirement of anybody to turn this in. When I ran for office, I said I would treat this job more like a board of directors, which I have not missed one meeting, have not missed one closed door session meeting, and, and been very effective in some issues in town. What I don't go about doing is necessarily toot my own horn or bragging about it. I don't need to write it down. I'm not going to write it down. You can see me every single day in the town of Fairfax as I work diligently for the betterment of our town. So thank you very much. And basically what was happening was attacking the character and the motives of me, and that's in the rules not to do. So next time someone does that, I would appreciate them not being able to ridicule me or judge my motives because I don't put a report in. Believe me, everyone knows I'm working hard. Everyone knows they can see some of the changes already. And by the way, I really appreciate my fellow council members and the hard work they're doing. And they put a report in, and I'm happy for them. But I'm a very busy guy, and I'll challenge anyone to my work ethic versus anybody. So thank you very much.
Thank
That's
you.
what I
And
want
I
to
just
say about that.
did want to mention that it is the right of the public to criticize us, and it's different than making an ad hominem attack. But the public has the right to criticize elected officials, and so they can do that. And if they wish to hear about more transparency and they feel like they aren't gaining transparency, we've heard a number of people say that tonight about the budget. They do have a free speech protected right to do that. And so, I mean, I think it's that we just have to keep that in mind as council members, that comes with the territory. So yes, Councilmember Kohler.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to mention the reason we started doing written reports is several years ago, we were finding that when we were reporting on our council assignments, most people were kind of frantically writing them down and then contemporaneously going on and on. And we found that it was taking even more time and our meetings were getting later and later. So we voted to submit written reports. And it's people's discretion if they don't want to do it. But I want to say that mine isn't about tooting my own horn. I heard someone at the time say they wanted to hear exactly what happened. So my reports are really more about trying to report on what happens at these various meetings that I think are highlights that some people might be interested in. You can read them or not. So I think they're just, and what I see is just trying to point out the high points, and mine look longer than others because I'm doing, what I do is I carry a running total every time I go to a meeting. So it's not like a huge project at the end of the month to put a report together.
Thank you. And I just, I feel like people have a right to know what we're doing because we're making decisions on behalf of the town. So if I'm at, Transportation Authority of Marin, I'm speaking for the town of Fairfax, and the people of Fairfax should know what has happened and what decisions were made. So that's why I put mine in. If other council members have comments, we can take those or we can move on to public comment. Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment.
I'm Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. As long as we're talking about what reports need to be in writing, I'm going to suggest again that the town manager's report needs to be in writing. She can update it with any last minute comments, but she is getting paid with public dollars and she should be making a town manager's report that is available for all to see, not those that stay up till 12 or 1 a.m. and bear this grueling experience. Please consider that, Mayor. Aside from that, former Mayor Kohler, who just walked out on me, as is her habit, but she might have needed a bathroom break that she didn't call for. In her report, which is lengthy and I commend her on it, she states that, in part, residents must open their reports. She's referring to MWPA fire mitigation reports. Well, what's not in here is that when you open the report, your data is sent to insurance industry people in a circumvented way, apparently, as I understand it. And that can lead to your fire insurance being increased. What she's not saying in here is last year she refused to talk with me in front of Mark Brown, who heads MWPA. Is former Mayor Kohler going to be available to talk to the public at this year's Ember Stomp? I think that is all I have to say. So there's 14 seconds left for the next person.
Great. Thank you so much. Does anybody else want to comment on council member reports and assignments? How about online?
There's one speaker online. Michael, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I had to hit a second button. I appreciate that the council members do provide a report, and I don't think it should be mandatory, but from the public's point of view, I think it is important to see what we're doing so we can ask these questions. The council members, however, are elected volunteer positions. I feel very differently about our employees, especially our town manager. We're paying our town manager, just like the attorney. The town manager should have a requirement that she has provide a report all the time to justify her salary, but not in a negative way. But if you had any other employee that's running around and doing things so independently, how could a council possibly do their job without having that report? And then I remember in the past where you guys changed this to only the mayor can talk to the town manager. That leaves the rest of the council in the dark. The town manager has provided a very thorough, accurate time statement that says what she's doing. It has to be comprehensive so that the public can understand. How else can the public ask our employee being paid with our public funds, what is she doing? If we had such a report, it would even alleviate some of the expense that's associated to the PRAs. So again, the council is failing by not saying, hey, employee, town manager, we need to see concisely, just like the attorney, every 6th or every 10th of an hour, what were you doing? It doesn't have to be extensive, but what are you doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay. I want to say I personally don't need to see every second of every day that the town attorney does. Like, it would drive me crazy. It's okay for us to get some feedback, but that would be very strange. However, I did want to mention it's not true that it is not true that only the mayor can talk to the town manager. I know that various council members that wish to talk to the town manager meet with the town manager on a regular basis. And I do also receive weekly updates from the town manager. So it's not as though the town manager was doing things totally in the dark and nobody has any oversight or has no information about what she's doing or gets no information that allows us to make better decisions up here. So I'm just going to put that out there because I think that's funny. Whether or not the town manager's report should be written or not is another story. I know that the town manager works really hard. I'm not sure I want to add another thing on there, but maybe it's a good idea. Who knows? But just going to say that.
Well, I would just like to say that I'm sorry that you've been treated the way you have this evening. I perceive you to be excellent, hardworking, very, very busy, and I do not expect you to do a written report.
And I agree. And I think we all have the opportunity to meet with the town manager once a week or more frequently, and some choose not to do so. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3B.
I'd like to
Second.
I'd like to speak to it.
Oh,
The motion for me.
Okay, go for it.
Well,
Oh, no, we're talking
see,
about the town, we're
I
talking
thought
about
the-
the council member
I thought the
assignments?
Well, I mean, can I speak on an item that's on the agenda? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're
Speak.
asking. What are you asking? We're talking about the council member assignments and
Okay, it
reports.
was my understanding,
Okay.
the purpose of the council reports were to report when you sit on other boards and commissions and agencies so that the folks in town know what you're doing outside of the local government. That's what I thought. So I'm on the Ross Valley Flood Zone number 9, and it meets 2 to 3 times a year. So I don't report very often on it. I'm the liaison to the Fairfax Open Space Committee, and I report on that. Try to report on that every month, but they don't meet until the end of the month. So sometimes I miss the deadline. I do monitor, I have apps. I monitor all of your emergency services here in Fairfax. So if you ever want to know what's going on, you just give me a call and I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
So thank you, Councilmember Egger. So I had made a motion to approve 3B, and Councilmember Garanghelli seconded.
Yes, Councilmember Agar,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to, I think we pulled the minutes from July 16th, 2025. I know, Councilmember Egger.
That was me on the minutes. And I've got the minutes from July 16th, and it's page 6. And, I've been concerned about our audits, and we've had Mays and Associates for 10 or so years. And so it's my goal to change auditors as quick as possible. And so I'm reading the minutes. It says Councilmember Agar confirmed that the town has calendared Mays and Associates for the next year's audit schedule, noting that Mays rotates partners who perform the audit, and staff will go out with an RFP in the next few months for the next audit. I mean, I don't want to sound picky, but it sounds like I'm supporting that program. I asked a question about Mays and when we would change, and the town finance officer said he's already contracted for Mays for this next year, and we could change the following year. But I don't want to have it implied that I'm supporting Mays and Associates.
So what about if we made a change that would say?
I would suggest that modification. Councilmember Agar asked about and was advised that the town has calendared. That's all. That just take out the word confirmed and put in asked about and was advised. That's all.
So you can make that change.
I'll make that a motion to approve the minutes with that
I think
amendment.
we have to go to public comment.
Yeah. So we'll go to public comment about this item, which is the minutes from July 16th, 2025.
Todd Greenberg, I've previously lamented the loss of Tony Francis as our meeting minutes taker and bemoaned Mayor Blash's and others' move to action meeting minutes, which don't accurately convey what went on in the meetings, as Mr. Agar has just illustrated. I'm going to give you a couple of other illustrations and ask that this not be approved until the corrections are made and a corrected copy is provided to the public. Please refrain on accepting these meeting minutes. I am turning the page here to page 4. These are nicely numbered at the bottom where it is clear. It says Todd Greenberg, Mark Bell, Michael McIntosh asked how much the town and federal dollars have been spent on this project. I made comments during this meeting about the need for accounting and presenting to the town council about single audit components to determine whether or not indeed a single audit was required by the state, but there is no presentation of that data. My comments should be reflected here. Additionally, on page 5, it says Todd Greenberg described his reasons, which are not enumerated, which should be enumerated, the council, and it says should not to accept the audit. I urge the council to not accept the audit for reasons that, if one were to accurately reflect in the minutes, would be contained in the minutes, but they are not. These minutes are not accurate reflections.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience or on Zoom?
Yes, there are 2 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Michael, followed by Deb. Michael, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Christine. I also would like to comment on this. There are a couple of other very important things during this meeting pertaining to the town budget and discussion with the auditors and the audit. We brought up the fact, where are the single audits? And we were told that we were exempt because we didn't reach the $750,000 mark for the last 5 years, which we questioned. Then when we started hammering, which should also be included, about the missing $210,000 loan, it came out that the auditors were very clear. They do not do a forensic audit. They do not review the minutes and motions. They only audit the information that the town provides them for the specific audit request for the specific budget. We're not getting an audit. And we made a big deal so that the general public could understand this. We made requests about the credit cards, and I specifically said that the credit cards need to be provided with a reconciliation so we could see how those expenses were allocated to, for instance, if a council member or somebody else was spending this money, then it needs to go to a draw account for that council member to be reimbursed, but this has not been provided. I also covered that whenever we are given something because we are incorrectly giving things on a cash basis, and by journal entry, you can move things all over the place, and then it's on an accrual basis, so we're not getting a complete picture for the general public to understand. I said we also need to have these balance statements provided at the same time so we can track the real expenses. All these things were discussed. These are prudent things, things that need to be forthcoming and, quite frankly, are going to be provided when this town is audited. And I'm not trying to sound like a big jerk, but come on. We need to tell the facts and we need to represent correctly what we ask of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Deb. Deb, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for hearing me, council members. I just want to echo what Todd said, that the change with the new town manager, well, not so new anymore, but the loss of Tony DeFrancis as the minute reporter, whose bills averaged 200 to I never saw one as much as 300 for the detailed minutes, and now we're up to 900 and $1,000 for taking minutes. So I'm not sure how that could be, but I think that perhaps we should negotiate or look for someone else who's somewhere closer to what we were paying before. It seems way over the top. So thank you for hearing me. That's all I have to say.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great, thank you. So I did want to note that when we talked about action minutes, we talked about the cost inherent in taking these kinds of extensive minutes and the fact that it creates additional time for staff and council in arguing over what the minutes exactly should represent. So, that's kind of where we're at now. We've made this decision. We're going to stick with these more detailed minutes, and we are going to continue to incur those costs. And we're going to also continue to argue about the exact content and meaning of those minutes when, in fact, the intent of the minutes is to reflect the decisions made by the council. But I do appreciate also some of the detail about what the public said, but we have extensive public comment. We can't publish, a 1,000-page book that goes into detail about what was said at every single meeting. So I think we're trying to find a happy medium. I think that the actionable thing that has been suggested is what Mr. Councilmember Egger suggested about changing his comment to better reflect his intent. And I think that's appropriate because he is a council member making a decision.
So I would make a motion to approve item 3C with the edits that Councilmember Egger provided, please.
Second. I'm going to let Mr. Councilmember Garanghelli have this one. So second is Councilmember Garanghelli. Thank
We
you.
have a motion from Councilmember Kohler and a second from Councilmember Garanghelli.
I said to accept your edits.
Did you have something more? Because you see, she wants to accept your edits, but did you? Go ahead.
Which item are you on now?
It's
I was
minutes.
re-
I made the motion to approve with the edits you asked for.
Minutes.
Oh, the minute.
Yeah.
I thought we already did that.
No, we had just had comment. Now I made the
Okay.
motion.
Thank you. I'll vote
Okay.
no.
Councilmember Egger.
Okay, just say aye again.
Aye again, yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. So moving on from there, we are finally at item D, which is accept $66,183.33 from Marin Open Space Trust, MOST, and provide assurance that the funds will be used only for restoration and stewardship of the wall property and provide a mutual waiver of any future claims related to this matter.
Yes. So Mayor, being as this was on consent, I didn't prepare a presentation or anything like that. I think the item is pretty clear. So MOST has let us know that they have recognized that they have actually been able to fundraise more than they previously thought. And that $66,000 includes the $40,000 that Councilmember Egger was researching from Jessica Green. And MOST would like for the town to assure them that there's no litigation pending or no litigation coming towards them.
Great, thank you. So questions?
From who?
From the town. There was a threat of litigation from a council member. And so as a council, you can assure that the town will not take that action.
Excuse me. I just want to state for the record that Vice Mayor Hellman left the meeting a few moments ago.
So she did. Thank you.
Yeah. I have nothing to say about this one at the moment.
So I was going to comment on it. if I
Oh,
may.
please.
Sure. So how this all started, it was in June 8th in 2024 at the Fairfax Festival Parade. I saw Jessica Green at the Coffee Roastery parklet in a wheelchair watching the parade. And we chatted very briefly. She said she was not doing well, and that she was leaving $40,000 in her trust for the wall property. And I thanked her, and went on about the festival, and then she did pass 2 weeks later. So in March, I was at an open space committee meeting and I said, gee, did you get the $40,000 from the Jessica Green Trust? And everybody in open space said, no, we never saw any money, never heard about it. Okay. So then I sent our town manager an email. I asked her if she had received the $40,000 from the Jessica Green Trust, and she said, no, she never received it either. So I thought I should start to find out what happened to it. So I actually tried tracking it down. It turned out that her trust left it for the wall prop, left the 40,000 for the wall property via MALT, the Marin Agricultural Land Trust. So I called the Marin Agricultural Land Trust and I spoke to a person out there and I said, gee, did you ever receive $40,000 from the Jessica Green Trust? And the person I was speaking with said, yes, we did. We received it in December of last year. Oh, okay. Do you know what you did with the money? And she said, no, I don't, but if you talk to our financial officer, she'll know. So it took me a little more time, and I tracked down the financial officer and asked her. And she said, well, I'm going to send the money to Most. And I said, well, Fairfax took ownership of the land, of the property in September of 2024, and so you should just send that money to Fairfax. Then I got a hold of Bill Long at Most and emailed him. There's a whole chain of emails that are out there. I emailed him. I said I was trying to track down the $40,000 from the Jessica Green Trust, and Malt said they were going to send it to you, and I said it should go to Fairfax. And Bill Long said, well, he said, you know, we have professional expenses, and I was going to take our professional expenses out of that 40,000 and send the balance to Fairfax. Okay. Then I got to thinking, gee, Fairfax should get the whole 40,000 because we've got a lot of work to do up there. And things kind of escalated a little bit, and I've got really concerned. I did talk to a lawyer, and the lawyer said, I explained what had happened. The lawyer said, well, let's see if the 40,000 comes back to Fairfax. If it doesn't, we'll talk about it. That was kind of it. The next thing you know, there's discussion at the open space committee about the $40,000. And so it turned out that 8 months after Malt received the $40,000, they sent it. I'm sorry, Malt. After Malt received the 40,000, Malt sent the 40,000 to Most, and then Bill and I had some emails back and forth, and it turned out he said his costs were about 3% of the cost value of the property, the cost of the project, and that kind of ended that. And then next thing you know, it's just kind of escalated more even about what was going on with the money. But in the end, it looks like we're going to get it because this is part of what's on before us tonight. The only issue I have with it is that there's a matter that Fairfax is signing an agreement with Most that they're waiving. It's a mutual waiver of any future claims related to this matter. We've really never received a full accounting, all the dollars that came in and dollars that went out, and how they came in. I don't know if what we have in our funds right now. But I guess we have, what, $500,000? Do we have 500,000 that came in for future maintenance?
Yes.
Is that in a special account, or is it just in the general fund?
It's accounted for, but we don't have the ability to keep separate like bank accounts like you would at home, right? So it's accounted for, but it's not like in a separate LAIF account. LAIF does not allow you to have multiple accounts.
See, I would have expected that we would have a full financial report. How much came in, how much went out, what all the expenses were. We don't have that. But then when I see a mutual waiver of any future claims, I'm wondering, is there something that we should know about that we don't know about? My sense is we shouldn't be really waiving anything right now.
Frank, because you threatened to sue most, there's a real concern that you would come to the council to offer to get the council to agree to sue most. I tracked this down as well, and there was never an intention to keep that $40,000. In fact, most had to reconcile what their costs were, and they took that out of additional fundraising that they made. We would never see the detail of every bit of money that came into most. It's a nonprofit. It's a separate organization. They are not a government agency. And they did everything, the heavy lifting, the real estate negotiations, the appraisal. They did everything to make this happen. Jonathan Braun and Elizabeth Byers of most wrote the $1 million grant from the county. Bill Long and Jack Judkins wrote the $500,000 grant that we got from the Coastal Conservancy. So, it's right. They did the heavy lifting. They have preserved tons of open space for our county. They've helped us in the past in Fairfax. It's time for us to say, they fundraised an additional $500,000 to help us with all that restoration work. I pushed hard for that. And now there's additional funding on top of it, which is great. With the $45,000 that we allocated for Measure A, now we have a total with the $66,000 of a little more than $600,000. That's great.
Well, $1 million of that was county money, public money,
Which Elizabeth Byers and Jonathan Braun wrote that grant application. We did not. Those are pretty hard applications to do. And they are most. They did that on their own time.
I get their agendas every for all their meetings. I see all the grants that they turn out. Okay. The fact is, I'm just really concerned about waivers. I really haven't seen all the financials. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other council comment at this point? So we can move to public comment.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax, wondering why every single consent calendar recently, 3, 4, 5, how many absences has it been? Can the clerk confirm that Ms. Hellman is not here to vote or be part of the discussion? If she doesn't want to be a council member, she shouldn't be on council. She's not here for this, which is why I'm saying this. More pointedly to this particular item, I'm a fan. I applaud what most does. I thank all of them for their efforts. But as Councilman Ager has just pointed out, as Councilwoman Kohler has just confirmed, there are public monies involved here. And from Bill Long, chair of Marin Open Space, it talks about 270 individual donations. Even if, as former Mayor Kohler has just stated, that it is a nonprofit and not required to do so, there should be the utmost of best practices and transparency because there is public money involved here. There should be a firm accounting, a clear, complete, and transparent accounting provided so that all the people that put in money including taxpayers, know every aspect of this transaction. There is no excuse for not being transparent. Zero. I call on this council to ask for a complete and transparent accounting of this entire transaction that was denied despite request from the Fairfax Open Space Committee. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there anybody online?
There's one speaker on Zoom. Michael, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Christine. I think Todd's comments are very valid. I've been asking since the start of this. I provided at the last meeting how the county Marin was trying to buy this, I think at their January 9th closed session. There is no way that this council can support to indemnify the actions of a separate organization when we do not have a full accounting. The only reason I would even be presented is if somebody wants to cover or is worried because that person was very involved in orchestration. How many, and again, Most does a wonderful job, but I also look at Sky Ranch, how the equestrian community came out and then at the last minute, the horses were kicked off. This was just a ripoff to the general public. And now here I see for the Wall property that we'd all like to save for open space, that it's bought on the courtroom steps for $1 million. Then it's appraised one time for 2.3. Then the price gets up to 2.9. Most is talking about that they get paid 3%, which would be over $60,000. The town gets a kickback, whether it's maintenance or not, for $500,000 from the transaction after Fairfax has provided $100,000. You wonder why I question the whole thing when it's not transparent, and then you want to indemnify somebody when you're saying you don't know what these transactions are because it's within a private 501c3. I'm sorry, Most could do the best job in the world, but the way you're handling this to indemnify an unknown quantity, that is not misfeasance, that's malfeasance. And anybody who votes for this and supports this should be held accountable if and when there is litigation or any question. Thank you.
Great. Is there anyone else online?
There is one more speaker on Zoom. Rick, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Mayor, Council, I'm listening to this and I can't believe that we're forgetting the spirit of Jessica Green's intention to memorialize and to support the Wall property. And here we are talking about waivers, and we're forgetting to point out as one of these bullet points, a plaque, a proclamation, thanking Miss Green for her generous donation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. I also want to point out for Todd, who wants to know, I contributed $5,000, if that helps at all. I'd like to make a motion to approve item, I can't even see the darn thing now. Item 3D.
Okay, a second.
We have a motion to approve item 3D by Councilmember Kohler and a second by Mayor Blash. Councilmember Aker.
I have to make a statement before I vote. The Wall property sold for $1 million during a bankruptcy auction on the Santa Fe City Hall steps. Later, Fairfax voted to upzone the Wall property. I testified against the town doing that, saying, why are you raising the value of the property when you're trying to purchase it? Fairfax ended up paying $2.3 million for the Wall property. That's $1.3 million more than the lender had paid to take it back. So that's an issue with me. Number one. Number two is I'm not prepared to approve any waivers for anyone right now until I've seen a complete accounting. So I'll be voting no.
Councilmember Garangelli.
I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. So great. Need anything else from us until we move on? Okay, I'm just going to say this is one of the more shocking conversations I've had on the town council, and I'm deeply disheartened and dispirited by it, but I'm glad we passed it. So we are now going to move on to measure to 3E, which is approve responses to the 2024-25 Marin County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled The Worrisome Future of Marin Housing. So I'm not sure if it was Councilmember Geller, Councilmember Hellman, I mean, Councilmember Egger, or both who pulled this, but you might want to make comments.
And, um, the well, I like to hear from the. No, I don't. No, I'm just joking. Okay, my comment was after I read it was that these state mandates are ridiculous, and if they want to build more in California, they should start new cities instead of forcing all this building into places that can't support infrastructure, they can't support the safety that you need. The state mandates are out of control. It's going to affect people's quality of life. It's going to create excess traffic. It's going to lower the service levels of our city and it's going to have a lack of infrastructure because the infrastructure is not paid for by the development. It's paid for by the taxpayers. So I appreciate the report, but this is just the way I guess business is done at this level, but I disagree with it. And I think that, like I said, go build a smart city somewhere, put Google in the middle so you can have jobs. All this forced housing into Fairfax, people are going to have to drive somewhere to work. And it's just going to create more traffic. It already takes on a bad day 50 minutes to get to to 101. So, yeah, I don't like following the advice of the state. They're not really thinking of our best interest. They're thinking of something else. I'm not sure what it is. And also, if you collapse the real estate market by building more than you need, the government won't even be able to pay their bills because they're going to have to lower property values. Because I think the purpose of this is to lower property values, which, by the way, I'm kind of all for. I like it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not moving. But it's artificial, it's being forced, and it has a lot of repercussions, including the ones I just mentioned, safety being a huge one, quality of life being the other. So that's what I wanted to pull it out for, was to make a comment on the whole future, the worrisome future of Marin housing. The worry part is that there's going to be way too much of it. That's the worry part.
Okay. Great. Were you going to say something, Councilmember McCullough?
I just wanted to mention there's a plan for a new city in Solano County for 400,000 people. And those are tech guys who want to build 400,000 population in Solano County.
Then we won't need any housing, will we?
Well, those are going to be all the rich people going there.
So I mean, this report I read quite a while ago. I think it's very interesting. I want to refer people to Figure 2, which is on page 5 of 21. I think that one of the findings of the report is that much of the public is unaware of what's happening, does not understand the new laws, and is now being hit by, I think there's going to be a 17-story building in San Rafael, multiple stories in multiple parts of the county, and that people were just unaware that this was coming down the pike, even though we had this multi-year process with the housing element. So it is incumbent on us to make sure that people understand what's going on. And I believe we'll be holding a session on new housing laws, which will be helpful in some ways. And, some of the recommendations in this report I really liked because they talked about, having more sessions with the public about education. I think that the findings, though, according to the town, is just that some of it was a little excessive. Like we do, quarterly seems like a lot. We do give an annual report on the housing produced to the state. But I like the idea of just having more information for the public to understand what's going on, since it is quite shocking to a number of people. So when I look at figure 2, just need to note that the entire county of Marin, all of the cities and the county itself combined, is being asked to produce about 14,000 units by 2030. Fairfax has actually got one of the fewest number of units required. Our neighbor San Anselmo is going to be required to produce 833. Even Sausalito, which is smaller than us, population-wise, 724. So we're not alone. We're all in the same boat here. And at this point, I think every single community in Marin has a compliant housing element. So it's kind of an interesting picture. So I'll be looking forward to the presentation we have on new housing laws.
It doesn't make it right, does it?
I'm not talking about right or wrong. I'm telling people what it is. This is what we have.
Talk about right or wrong.
Well, I'm not talking about
I
it.
know.
I'm
I'm just
telling
saying.
you that I'm giving you the facts.
That's,
The
yeah,
facts.
someone, yeah.
And I think the new housing laws will help us look a little bit further
Prepare
at
people to
why
be
that is.
controlled by the state of California.
Right. And I think that we all will learn more about, what our leeway is to do this, that, or the other thing under the state of California laws, and, how many millions we might want to spend doing one thing or another.
Would you like to go to public comment?
I would like to get a.
How about me?
I think Mr. Egger wants to say something, though. So can we have Councilman
Please, yes.
say his, and we'll go to public comment. Thank you.
So it's interesting, everyone's talking about this housing shortage in California. People are leaving California. And the housing shortage, what the state's doing is pushing market rate housing. The housing shortage is low income housing. That's what we need, low income housing. That's not what the state's pushing. The state's pushing market rate housing, and there is no market rate housing shortage. I also disagree with the town council's vote on February 7th, 2024, that approved 7 downtown housing towers with ministerial approvals only. That was a WHOA approvals, and I disagreed with that. I testified at the time against it. So thank you.
Great. And I do wish that there was more provision for actual subsidized low-income housing. That would be fabulous, and that is not what they have given us, unfortunately. But I did want to note that people are leaving California, and most of the people that are leaving California are lower income and working class people who can't afford to live here anymore because of the housing costs. So I understand what the state's trying to do, but we may not understand, we may not agree with the way they're trying to do it. So I do hear that. I don't think we approved housing towers. We approved zoning. So I'm going to put that out there. Anyway, unless there are any other comments, let's have public comment.
Yeah, it's all about Scott Wiener's housing laws, and he's supported by the building industry.
Yeah,
he's not worried about
absolutely.
poor people.
Absolutely. Okay, Mr. Greenberg, did you want to speak?
Hi, Todd Greenberg here, speaking at 11:28 p.m. on a Wednesday night in downtown Fairfax. I want to point out on the consent calendar, without the planning director being here, is a staff report produced by Jeff Beiswanger, who oversaw 8 to 10% growth in Rohnert Park. He's not here to answer any questions. This is really not a consent calendar item. This is controversial. This is something that the public, I'm the sole member of the public. There's a planning commissioner here in the back, hasn't spoken yet tonight, here probably as a public person, but she hasn't spoken. There's 2 people here other than the town council and the staff, and the planning director's not here. What's being asked for this council to adopt without any public input is prepared by one staff member. There's been no discussion whatsoever of his answers responding to the grand jury report. How are any of you or any member of the public to know whether his answers are appropriate? This needs to be pulled and brought back as an agenda item for the public to discuss. This is improper. We do not consent to this. We do not accept what Jeff Beiswinger alone has stipulated as the answers for the town. Please pull this. I could say a lot more, but I don't think you want to hear what I have to say.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or online?
There is one speaker on Zoom, and I just wanted to note for the record that
It's 11:30.
Jeff is available online. He's
okay.
listening in.
Okay.
And
Also, we need to, it's 11:30, so we probably,
Could I just make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule?
okay, second.
Could we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Okay.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
There's one speaker on Zoom. Michael, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, Christine. I want to start off by saying, got a terrible. Okay, sorry about that. I'd like to start off by saying thank you very much for Todd Greenberg's diligence and tenacity to stand up for the citizens of this town and share his opinions. He does a lot of research, and I really wish the council would give more credibility to his statements and take it into greater consideration and not leave the dais like Stephanie continues to do. It's not picking on her, but we don't have a town clerk. We don't have the person for planning that brought this forth. We're missing one of our council members, and it's absurd. But as for the housing, we do not have, in my opinion, a housing crisis. We have, as Todd and Frank both said, we have an affordability crisis. And for Liesel's comment about that we need to make this all affordable, who's going to pay for it? Keep raising everybody's taxes? Well, please recall, if you take HUD money or if you take HCD money, you're precluded from giving that housing to your local community. It's considered prejudicial. So you can do it through attrition and different games, but you're not supposed to. So again, you keep bringing in more people from the outside. You're not collecting your proper taxes. I believe, in fact, it is Todd that brought up by accepting Sherwood Oaks, we lost as a town $67,000. Those additional taxes and impact fees, they are important to offset the additional people coming in. And when you take these bonds to quote unquote build affordable housing deed restricted, look what happened to Serenity. So you had a collapse of $261 million on a purchase of about $140 million. Please.
Great, thank you. Okay.
There is one more speaker on Zoom.
Great. Let's.
Rick, you are unmuted. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello, Mayor and Council. The report is not due back for 90 days from June 24th. 90 days from June 24th has not occurred yet. Perhaps this could be continued to a special meeting later on September. I didn't even know about this report until this meeting, so I don't think the public's had enough time to look at it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So
So I'm gonna
basically,
make
can
a-
we just, like, let's slow down for a minute. Can we just confirm what it is that we are approving here? Because I think there's a lot of feeling like somehow we're approving new housing or we're approving some large dramatic decision. I think basically what we're doing is accepting a report about how the grand jury recommendations. And then we also have a number of recommendations, which we could, go through one by one, that basically have to do with, directing planning officials to ensure their housing laws provide a ministerial path for approval of accessory dwelling units, or making sure that city and town councils direct their housing planning officials to provide detailed quarterly updates to the community on the progress in executing their own specific housing element. Direct planning officials to engage with the public on a quarterly basis on how state housing laws constrain the jurisdiction's ability to approve or modify housing projects. And the town has gone through and decided whether they are willing to follow some of these recommendations or not. So, I just want to be clear that we're not approving new housing. We're not approving a new housing law. There's sort of recommendations about how we should be engaging the public. And there is some, they're asking people to ensure that local housing laws provide a ministerial path for the approval of multifamily housing in compliance with state housing laws. Well, that's already required by the state. I mean, it's just they're sort of checking a box.
I want to mention that I read the entire report. It's a report by the grand jury, and that's all it is. And they had some pretty burdensome recommendations, and Jeff did a great job of working with other towns to see what they were doing and batting them back, because we have requirements from the state to report annually on our progress. He points out we don't need other reports, but besides that, you wouldn't get the window looking at quarterly. So this is just the grand jury doing their thing. And as the mayor said, we're not approving housing. We're not necessarily buying into this whole thing. It's just pointing out our responses. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve item 3E, and maybe we can move on. 1 second.
I'll second.
A motion from Councilmember Kohler to approve consent calendar item 3E and a second from Mayor Blash. Councilmember Ager.
No.
Councilmember Garangeli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Where's was Vice Mayor Hellman?
So
Did you call in?
the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you've deadlocked, then we have to bring it back, because we are required to. It is not how we reply is not dictated, but that we reply is dictated. So as has been mentioned here, the replies that were prepared by staff, Bryn and Jeff, were aligned with the rest of the county planning staff throughout the county. I'm not talking about Marin County. I'm talking about the entire, 11 cities plus the county that met and worked together.
Okay. So can we bring that back during the special meeting? Does it have to be a regular meeting? When do
We will bring it back. Yeah, it does not have to be on a regular meeting, but we'll bring it back as soon as possible, because we're not far from the deadline now.
Great.
One of the issues that we're up against, it talks about ministerial approvals, and we have the developer at School Street Plaza saying they want ministerial approval, and Fairfax is saying, no, you don't qualify. So, I mean, are we working against ourselves by talking about supporting ministerial approvals?
No, ministerial approvals is not like you're not approving that or not approving that in this item. This item is only replying to the grand jury's report, only replying to the grand jury's report.
Okay, so we are going to move on. So council member reports and comments, we've already discussed this. Future agenda items. So a couple things that, we had on here was agendizing an evaluation at some point, performance evaluation, agendizing. I think there's something about evacuation plan. I'm not sure what that was. And at one point we talked about going over park rules, which is something that was going to happen. Excuse me.
We're planning on bringing that back in October.
Okay, so those things are the things that I have at this point. So town managers report, unless somebody has another future agenda item.
I'm ready. So I wanted to point out, we put out an excellent newsletter just yesterday, and I would encourage everyone to subscribe to that. We do have good subscription levels and very good open rates for the newsletter. That's a key way to find more information and make sure that people are involved and engaged. I also wanted to point out that we are doing another meetup with the mayor and manager at Good Earth on Friday at 9 a.m. And the DPW director, Kristen Arnold, will be there as well. So if you have any questions, related to the town or specific to DPW, that would be a good spot to turn up. I wanted to mention that we are working on scheduling a special presentation, a special meeting for the council that will have a presentation on housing laws update. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the meeting as well, but just wanted to make sure everyone had that on their radar. And if you sign up for agendas, subscribe to agendas or the newsletter, it's very likely that you would get that pushed into your email. And then lastly, I wanted to remind everyone that our next meeting is October 15th. It is not October 1st. It is October 15th. The council decided that basically last year because we set the calendar, and there's a religious holiday on the 1st that the council wanted to avoid meeting on. So with that,
The council decided last year they're going to meet October 15th?
yeah, so the council sets the regular meeting schedule
The previous council.
in advance, yes. And so typically the July meeting, because we meet the first Wednesday of the month, the July meeting usually moves, right? So this year we had July 16th, and then the October meeting generally moves again because somewhere around the first week of October is often a religious holiday that the council has previously wanted.
That meeting would have been Yom Kippur.
So we've got a meeting October 7th too, a special meeting? Is that going to happen?
No, that the special meeting that you're referring to, we don't have the date firm on that. That was a tentative I had put in that council update that I send weekly, so you know what I'm doing, and what the organization is doing. But that is a special meeting to hear a presentation on housing laws updates. So that's something I think, Mr. Egger, you're very interested in, as well as the rest of the
That's October 7th, maybe.
No,
it's not.
not October 7th. We're working on a date on that. So we'll send that out as soon as we
That's
can.
good because October 7th is my birthday, and I would have had to bring a lot of people down to the meeting and celebrate. So
Your
Okay,
birthday.
well, happy birthday.
Yay.
Okay. Okay. No, we don't do that with the town manager's report because it's not a discussion item. Thank you. We're going to adjourn the meeting, and that's it. I don't see anybody here that we're
Can you
adjourning the
adjourn
meeting.
in memory?
And I don't see anybody here that we're adjourning in memory of, but let me flip to the
Here.
regular agenda. Thank you. Okay, we're adjourning in memory of Patricia Miniker, Mary Linda McAlevey Johnston, Mary Linda McAlevey Johnston, Lisa Maldonado, and Joseph William Daly. Thank you.
Lisa Maldonado is my cousin.
Thank you.